What is everybody? Welcome back. Idaho4 front door. It is confirmed. It was wide open all night. Why do you say that? Well, we're going to talk about it. Also, I'm going to merge the end of this video in with my video that was going to begin at 2:30. We're doing it as a one-time pop here. Mario Saldana, one of the co-defendants in the Jared Bridegan murder for hire case, has announced, and it came in July. He has an alibi defense, and he's going forward with it. So we're going to talk about that. But first, this is all but confirmed, in my opinion. The level of confidence that we see right here in this body cam during this interview with Justin. We were just talking about it yesterday. I was like, hey, where's Justin's interview? What's right here? Justin is a neighbor. He took his dog for a walk. We see him walking his dog. We see him walking his dog when he leaves. We see his dog coming back. And Justin said on his way out the door, going on his walk, and when he came back, that front door was not just cracked, it was wide open. The front door was wide open. And as you're going to hear in this interview, they try to say, oh, the back door? It's like, no. Like, I mean, these police officers, okay? So there is just stuff that you just can't get away from. This front door was wide the fuck open, and this is by somebody that I believe is a very credible witness. So let's get into it.
Officers, so I'm lots of home football games and stuff, basketball games.
Okay. I was gonna say, have you also been surveilling the house? Because I live right next door.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen.
Probably seen me on the news.
I've probably seen you at the house because I walk my dog there every day.
Okay. Yeah. So, Tyson said that you possibly saw something that morning.
I just have basically.
All right, I'm cutting in right here. Tyson said that you possibly saw something that day. Okay. Notice 11/17/2022 is when this takes place at 1:49 in the afternoon. That does not mean that that is when this dude called. All right. When this guy called, which we are going to hunt down like a son of a bitch. When did this man call in for his, and he says it, he kind of alludes to the fact that I listened and I watched the presser. That is the 11/16/2022 first police press conference. Okay. He mentions that in this interview. So this dude reaches out, and now when this interview is happening, because they're sending somebody out to go talk to this guy, hey, we're gonna just do our part. Hey, we gotta do our part. We also have to follow up on some of these. People are calling in, go see what they have to say. Blah blah blah. But they treat it like there was no big motherfucking deal. Okay, well, this is a very big deal. What this man is about to tell you is a very fucking big deal. So much so that you'd probably have a follow-up with him. But you'd want to have a follow-up, really, kind of right away. You'd also maybe want to ask, hey, did you take your phone with you while you were, going on walks and stuff like that? Would you take your phone with you? Okay. Only just to, prove that he took the walk maybe when he says, and he was out doing something, and maybe his, phone records can corroborate because we can go ahead and geolocate him and do basically get him on this walk. Only reason why is because what he's about to tell us is so explosive. The front door is wide the fuck open. Wide open.
After all that. Sorry.
Okay. Do you happen to have a DL on you so I can get your info? Or I can verbally get it from you if you don't have that. Perfect. Thank you.
Where do you live up there? I live at right there, up the hill. Gotcha.
He lives at Queen Road Apartments, right up the hill.
Sorry.
No, you're good. What do you do? So I'm so
Okay.
that's probably where we've seen each other at.
Yeah. So I know you can go ahead. I know Tyson said that you might have seen someone with the back door.
No, it was the front door.
Okay.
Right there, I fucking love it. You guys have no idea how much I love it. Tyson, either you suck or this dude sucks. Okay? Either you relayed the message wrong and you weren't listening what the tip was, which this kid clearly said the tip was, is that I saw the front door wide open. Somehow, in the translation of what you would call telephone, which ironically enough, I just played last night with my niece that came in town while we were waiting for our food to be delivered to, the table. We had a 9-person party. And of course, she's like, we're playing telephone. Okay. And we just got to play the game telephone last night. And when it got to be my turn to be like the last kind of person or one of the last people, I'd mess around and just add some stuff on there. Just to be funny when it would be my niece's turn. Because she's like, that is way too long. You're talking way too long to pass my little message along. Auntie, what are you doing? Well, yeah, she said, I'm so excited to stay up past my bedtime, period. I said, I'm so excited to stay up past my bedtime and do cannonballs in the pool. And just would add on. And she's like, I never said that. I love messing with her. She's the bomb. She is so friggin' smart. That girl is going places, okay? We just literally played the game telephone last night at the dinner table, all right? Here, this is perfect because either this dude sucks, okay, or Tyson sucks. There is no other way around it. This dude on it right immediately is like, no, not the back door, the front door. Like, what are you talking about? How can I see the back door? I'm walking my damn dog, all right?
That's probably where we've seen each other at.
Yeah. So I know you can go ahead. I know Tyson said that you might have seen someone with the back door.
No, it was the front door.
Okay.
Basically, kind of just put two and two together after the press conference yesterday. I don't know how, I told him, I don't know how much this is really going to contribute to the case and all that. I mean, it might just be something that you guys already know. Mm-hmm. I can assure you, though, that 10 a.m., I went to walk my dog, and I didn't think anything of it. But I saw that door wide open, that front door.
The front door on the north side? Like
the front door that's facing out towards campus.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be the north. Okay, they want to talk distance, or rather a directional, like this kid. Boom. Okay? Boom. Boom. I can assure you, that front door was wide open when I walked past at 9 or 10 o'clock. And then by the time I got done, to walk my dog come back to my apartment, I can assure you that it was still the fuck open. You know what he says at first? I mean, I don't know. You guys may already know this. You may already know what I'm about to tell you, but I just felt like I needed to tell you. And let me tell you why he says that. Because he talked to somebody who was basically either like a cop or somebody that was like, well, I would want to know that in this investigation. If I was like, yeah, what you have is very important. Because, and I'm going to let him say it, but this is a wow me. So much so. Okay, again, when you want to talk about Ann Taylor entrusted people. She entrusted herself. She entrusted her investigators. She entrusted her researchers. Okay, and you cannot get past certain police reports and interviews that go with those police reports. You cannot get past them. Meaning until these are sorted out. That's what I mean. Like, you can't get past them. You cannot go past this until this is sorted out. I mean, you can, but just keep hamster wheeling it. And we're not going to hamster wheel shit over here. We don't hamster wheel shit. I try to nip it in the butt when I make a post. I'm like, no, you guys are going way off the wrong path. Like, that's not why I played that video. This is not why I'm saying this. This is not why I'm saying that. So I just think that I need to be a little bit more direct with some things here. My earlier live was to point out the fact that the police claimed the white car's loops because there is no other car that does what the police say that they did that night. There we have the video. We have the video. Here's the video. Y'all did the same thing every time. The only vehicle that does that is SV1. Period. That's the point of the video. Then the second point of the video was to show that not only do they claim the motherfucking white car as their car, as the fucking cop's car, they claim it. Then the second part of the video is to say, wow, you guys want to talk about this time during the crime? Wow, look at, you guys aren't doing anything. Everybody that's working, nobody is using the radio, nobody is doing anything. During a very large gap, which if you go through all of the time from the moment of 10 p.m. until we get to that 4:07 to 4:23 time, 4:20, 4:32 time, that is the largest gap of nobody using the radio, using to call in, to use dispatch, nobody hitting in their, using their MCD, meaning they're using their laptop while at work to look something up, to, if they're pulling somebody over, whatever it is, but to use your own personal laptop. Nobody is doing anything during the time that they are alleging that this murder happened. The police are unaccounted for. And the third thing to take away from it is when he wants to say that he saw people walking in and up towards the house. We know that that couldn't have been right after the girls had gotten dropped off because they never made a loop. Okay, because we showed that that is not consistent with them pulling over the Banfield people right after that. That does not happen until almost 3. The girls get dropped off right before 2. Okay, and then I went and showed here, this is where they're actually at during these other times. So we're able to basically play process of elimination. And we can start zeroing in on when the only times that they could have been doing X, Y, and Z, the loops. Because you can start eliminating everything from the cameras, and then you can cross-reference that with the radio and where they say that they're at different times. And what you're going to start seeing is a very clear picture. And that very clear picture is that they are SV1. And so SV1 is the cops. And either you accept that, because that's what they tell us as early as 11:15. Okay? And if they want to continue to say that SV1 is suspect vehicle number 1, and they want to still hang on to that versus saying that we're claiming this, so throw out the white car. And so when they're saying that they got to Brian Koberger using the white car, they couldn't have because they knew that the white car was theirs. So that white car could no longer be a point of interest into how you're going to get to a suspect in this case, because the police claimed that vehicle. So how can you then sit here and say that the white car that we're using to be on the lookout shit, right? We're looking for this. No, they only then do that later after the fact, way down the road, in which Ann Taylor was trying to get the point across, which was you didn't do that until you had my client identified already and that you knew that he drove a white vehicle. Now, with this, so that's what I wanted you to take away from that video, is that the cops believe in what they're telling you. They claim the vehicle. So how are you then going to say that it's a suspect vehicle? Are you guys the suspects? Are you guys the suspects? And then I think I should say the second most important thing was there is just to show that the timestamps that he wanted to assign to everything, that you can't go off of that, because he went off of this log, and I was able to show that you did not clear Banfield at 3:32, okay, because you're already on your your body-worn camera at identity at 3:31 and 59 seconds, whatever the heck it was. It's just because you didn't hit that button. Which also should show you guys that just because you hit a button, you can then go and do whatever the hell you want until you start looking at geotags and seeing where exactly. I want to know where these laptops were. Are these laptops geotagged? The laptops are what you see in a cop car that they use to type in stuff. So when I show you guys the CAD and it says MCD or MDC, that is the mobile data console thing. That's how they refer to it. But that's when somebody is typing into the laptop in a cop car. Or can they is that laptop able to be popped off and, taken inside? Again, we're doing our digging, but moral of the story here is that you can't get past report 10. Report 10 is basically the cops are the white car. Okay? This report, and I think it's 15. This is Justin. This is Justin saying, "Dear police, I walked my dog. On my way to leave my walk and on my way coming back with my dog on my walk. The front door to that house was wide open. There is not a doubt in my mind. I am telling you, that front door was wide open. I don't know if you already know this, and if you do, maybe I'm just a person that's corroborating that, but the front door is wide open." Right there, you can then not get past that to say we have an issue with what this man is telling us and what the surviving roommates have told us, to include Hunter Johnson. That's the moral of this story right here.
That is north, yeah. Walk my dog, and I didn't think anything of it, but I saw that door wide open, that front door.
The front door on the north side? Like
the front door that's facing out towards campus.
Okay.
I guess that is north, yeah.
And that was around 9 to 10 a.m. on Saturday?
On Sunday.
Sunday
morning. So that was about, give or take, 2 hours before you guys arrived on the scene. Before you guys saw anything or anything like that. I put two and two together during the press conference when I watched it last night, and I was like, man, I saw that on Sunday, and I didn't tell anybody. I probably should. I didn't think anything of it.
Did you see anyone coming and going, or was it just open, no one around?
No one around or anything like that. So if anything, it can probably assure you that it wasn't some type of burglary or anything like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, I honestly thought it was, hey, the neighbors probably had some people over. They've had parties in the past, and someone got drunk and probably left the door open, or someone left the house and they were intoxicated and forgot to close it. I didn't go up and look. I didn't go look for anything. I didn't go try to close it. I didn't walk in that area, but
you just noticed it when you're walking by.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I told some people about it, and talked to my who's a, and he's like, this is something that if I was on this case, I'd want to know.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that.
Okay, on two different occasions in this interview, this police officer tries to, and I don't think he's playing stupid. There's a difference. If I thought he was playing stupid, I would tell you. I'm going to replay the beginning part when he tries to kind of, I feel like, mess with him. I feel like to say, oh, that you saw the back door open. Tyson told me that you saw the back door open. And he's like, no, the front door. Like, he didn't, there was no pause. There was no nothing. Then there was another time that it happens that he's like, oh, well. And so I want to point out those two instances where I believe that this dude is trying to test this man, because this guy knows exactly how significant what this boy is saying, this man is saying to him. Because based off of what the surviving roommates have said, this blows that out of the fucking water. Blows it out of the water. Because who shut the door? If Hunter Johnson isn't lying, right? And he walks up to the door and it was shut and he had to enter the code. Who shut the door? The girl said they never left the bedroom. The girls never said we went to the bathroom, nothing. Who shut the door? Okay? But what this man is doing in this interview to me is absolute dog shit. And he's trying, in my opinion, he already knows what he's actually truly going over there for. Hey, this dude's trying to say that that door was wide open. I believe that Tyson Bear was like,
So I know, you can go ahead. I know Tyson said that you might have seen something with the back door.
No, it was the front door.
Okay.
Immediately. And he puts on, yeah, that Tyson told me that it was the back door. Like, what? Look at his pen. Look at it. Look at his pen. Look at his hand. You should be in shock right now hearing that.
That's probably where we've seen each other at.
Yeah. So I know, you can go ahead. I know Tyson said that you might have seen something with the back door.
No, it was the front door.
Okay.
Basically, kind of just put two and two together after the press conference yesterday. I don't know how, I told him, I don't know how much this is really going to contribute to the case and all that. I mean, it might just be something that you guys already know. Mm-hmm. I can assure you, though, that 10 a.m., I went to walk my dog, and I didn't think anything of it. But I saw that door wide open, that front door.
The front door on the north side? Like
the front door that's facing out towards campus.
Okay.
I guess that is north, yeah.
And that was around 9 to 10 a.m. on Saturday?
On Sunday.
Sunday.
Then he says on Saturday. That's another, what? You know what I mean? Like, on Saturday? Then I feel like he does it again to try to, like, so that they could say that he's not a credible witness. His, you know, what if he would have said, like, yes to that? What if he would have said yes to Saturday? What if he would have fucking said yes to that right there? Oh, on Saturday? Do you see this? What if he would have said yes to that? Just like, because he's like, yeah, Saturday. You know what I mean? Like, not even, he's like, no, this kid, like, he's on it. He's on it. But I personally believe that this guy is doing it on purpose. And I think it's worth pointing out.
Good morning. So that
to 10 a.m. on Saturday?
On Sunday.
Sunday
morning. So that was about, give or take, 2 hours before you guys arrived on the scene. Before you guys saw anything or anything like that. I put two and two together during the press conference when I watched it last night, and I was like, man, I saw that on Sunday, and I didn't tell anyone.
Now, just for the record, Sheldon Jeter Jr. was basically arrested for saying, I put two and two together during an interview when he told the police, this is what the police are alleging, I just want you guys to see how fucked up this is. Sheldon said, well, I put two and two together when you're showing up at my house with 5 to 6 to 7 cops, okay, and you're asking about Tyreek Pugh. My mom had called me earlier saying that there was gunshots up on the hill. And so I put two and two together that you're here to tell, and then you're asking about Tyreek Pugh with 5 to 7 motherfucking cops, not just cops, but detectives from the Pennsylvania State Police in my house at 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. And you're asking to try to get in touch with his family. So yeah, I put two and two together that Tyreek Pugh was shot. They said, we never said he was shot. Arrest this motherfucker now. Excuse me? Was this dude arrested for saying I put two and two together? Was this guy arrested by saying that, I mean, I didn't go up to the door or anything like that. Why didn't you get his DNA? How do you know? Like, when I heard him say that, in this interview, I said this is exactly what they accused Sheldon Jeter Jr. of saying, because I put 2 and 2 together. Oh, can only white people be smart enough to put 2 and 2 together? I was outraged by that. Outraged. And then he explains it and says, like, no, my mom called me last night. You could check my phone records. And she told me that there was shots up on the hill. That somebody was shot. And my mom, anytime that happens, she immediately calls me because y'all motherfuckers are trying to kill me. Because y'all killed actually Rachel Del Tondo, but y'all are trying to frame me for that killing.
Probably should. I didn't think anything of it.
Did you see anyone coming and going, or is just open, no one around?
No one around or anything like that. So if anything, it can probably assure you that it wasn't some type of burglary or anything like that.
Yeah.
Right here. This is actually stupid to say. Just because the door was wide open, what do you mean I can assure that it's not some type of burglary? He actually doesn't get it. Just because the door's wide open doesn't mean that it wasn't, I don't know, broken into with like a cape. Like, I mean, but he's already over here trying to, like, I can assure you. Then he's saying, like, he heard them talking about burglary, he heard them talking about whatever on the presser, and he's like, that door was wide open. And he's just like, I don't think that it was someone that, basically the killer could have just got in because the door was wide open. Somebody could have just walked in there. You want to know what else he's realizing? Depending on what they gave out on the 16th, whoever would wait 9 hours to call 911. This dude's like, well, the door was wide open, so whoever killed these people just walked in the front door. That's what he's thinking when he's saying that. Just so we can wrap our heads around that. There was no burglary. The door was wide open. Someone could just have walked in there. So when you guys are talking about a burglary, like, that door was wide open. And that since 911 wasn't called until noon, you get what I'm saying? Like anything, when people are killed, like this dude, to find out that, hey, wow, 911 wasn't, wait, what? Huh? That could confuse somebody. So I'm just saying to think about it like that. And when you actually start wrapping your heads around the fact that when this dude is then listening to this all unfold, this Justin kid, wherever the hell he is today, how can Justin seriously sit in a chair, in a room by himself and say to himself, yeah, what the roommates are saying and the cops are saying that happened, that's totally true. When he has personal knowledge that, wow, wait, they said they never left that bedroom. The person that came over to the house said that they had to put a code in. Then somebody closed that door before the kid goes over there to put the code in, okay? And the roommates would have come out of that bedroom. Like, that's one of your options. Or you can just say, they're lying. That's how, this dude seems pretty confident, right? Ann Taylor had him on her witness list. The police didn't. This blows everything up. You cannot get past this. This dude basically is saying that y'all are liars. Because who closed the door? Also, what's nuts is to think about the fact that, because I think Ann Taylor was going to say that the person came out the front door, didn't go out no back door. Okay? And then maybe they weren't even going to discredit Dylan. Maybe they were going to let Dylan have and say that what she saw was accurate. That she did see somebody, and so did Bethany. Bethany heard somebody go out the front door though too, and it was wide open. But then the question would then come into play, which is when Dylan's running down the stairs to go into, Bethany's bedroom. If the lights are on, how do you not see that door is wide open? But I'm also not going to lie to you. I don't even know if I would have shut that. If I'm just trying to hurry up and run right to that room, let's just hypothetically say, for argument's sake, that she's saying and telling the truth, that she did do that. I don't need to shut that door. I'm running straight into that bedroom, and you know what I mean? Like, what is shutting that door? But the other question could be is, why didn't you run out the door? I mean, but you didn't see it, Or does it put more doubt on the fact that she didn't run downstairs and get into no bedroom with Bethany? And then it's all a lie. And it doesn't, and for me, guys, it doesn't matter it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what avenue you want to say it is. The only thing that matters is that all of those could be possible, which means reasonable doubt on all of it. But Ann Taylor's going to build off the fact that there was multiple people. Somebody went out the slider. Somebody went out the front door. That's building into as Ann Taylor's going to say, that's building into our case theory. And our case theory and narrative is off of the evidence, not the selective bullshit. We took everything into totality here. They just want you to talk about certain things that have to make their ridiculousness even remotely have a chance. They have to ignore all of this other shit. And I'm saying this early on in the case, how does what this dude in this interview who is working for the university, he is he's one of the, I think he was running all the undergrads that were doing the sports medicine shit. That's where he's at when he gets interviewed. This dude is as credible as they come. He knows exactly what he saw. He's reporting exactly what he saw. And the presser is why he's reporting what he saw. Like he just said, because I told other people, and they're like, I think you should tell the police. He also was saying that you guys probably already know this. You guys probably already know that the front door was wide open. Well, actually, no. The people there are telling us the opposite. Oh, really? Wow. Well, then between 10 and noon or 11:50, somebody closed it because it was open when I walked this way and when I came back.
But, I mean, yeah, I honestly thought it was, hey, the neighbors probably had some people over, they've had parties in the past, and someone got drunk and probably left the door open. Mm-hmm. Or someone left the house and they were intoxicated and forgot to close it. I didn't go up and look. I didn't go look for anything. I didn't go try to close it. I didn't walk in that area. But
you just noticed it when you're walking by.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I told some people about it, and talked to my who's a. And he's like, this is something that if I was on this case, I'd want to know.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. Awesome. And then do you happen to, you said you live at, what unit number are you in? Do you happen to have any video surveillance outside your apartment?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Trying to think of my neighbors do.
What a fucking stupid question. You guys have just been up in that area walking around. But I'm just curious. Remember that sentence and ask yourself how many times this dude did interviews and he ever asked anybody that question. Okay? Okay.
Yeah, I think we've canvassed it pretty well. Sometimes people have cameras that we don't see though, but I think we've knocked on some doors and we're just trying to put some pieces together. But I was like, well, since you're here and you live right there, if you had cameras, that'd be awesome. But
I wish I did.
No, you're good.
So when you say it's open, was it like wide open or just kind of cracked open halfway? I mean,
It was cracked. Well, like not cracked open, but it was like open. Like if you want me to demo.
Yeah, can you just open this door how you saw it? I know it pushes in, but.
so it was wide open. Okay.
Like, yeah.
Right there, you heard him. He's like, so like wide open. That's what the cop over there to the left said. Now I want to show you guys something which I think will help everybody out here. Take a look right there at your lovely little clock. Okay, This says that it's 1:53 and 12 seconds. For whatever reason, Moscow, Idaho, okay, they just are lazy people, okay? No, they did not, like, look at this clock. It's supposed to fall back, okay? Fall back. I don't know if they're lazy or if they're just not smart. Because this is 10 till 3. And it's almost like, did somebody mess up? Okay? And they go the wrong way with the clock originally when they try to, like, and they thought they were supposed to go spring forward with it. But it's not that the body cam's off, you guys. It was, look at this. Like, these people really messed up with the whole time change. Okay? And that's all I was trying to point out, is that whole damn school is just woo. Like, so it's not that the body cam's off. It's just like, look at, and I don't think that they went backwards with the bells on their school shit either that we hear. Okay, that's all. It's not the body cam.
Mike, if you want me to demo.
Yeah, can you just open this door how you saw it? I know it pushes in, but.
So it's wide open. Okay.
Like, yeah, I don't know what cracked open versus wide open is.
And that was between 9 and 10 a.m. on Sunday.
Or like 9, probably like between 9 and 11. When I
Okay.
came back, it was still open.
Okay.
When did you come back by it?
Well, so when I walk my dog on Sundays, it was about an hour walk. When we leave the parking lot, go down that hill, take a left, go all the way down. I went all the way down King Road instead of down those steps to get to that field. So I went all the way down King Road, took a right on
Taylor right there.
and then get on that walkway right across from Sigma Chi House right
Okay.
there. And then basically went down to whatever road Targhee Hall is on.
Okay,
And then,
Blake over there.
yeah, then took another right and went all the way down to the Whammy building.
So that's
the medical
sweet
school.
Main right there. Okay.
And then I got on that identity trail right where Identity Apartments and Pizza Hut is. And that was probably a little bit under an hour, and I got home at about 11 and it was still open.
Okay.
So
That's good information. Appreciate it.
yeah, not sure how.
Okay, so and now here's me interjecting on my opinion. What it would seem like to me also is that you can just go ahead and throw this in there, but somebody that would be wanting to run out of the house because they were so scared, okay, and I think that Ansel was going to show this to the jury, is that you would open up the door and you'd fly out of there, okay, and you wouldn't be worried if the door was shut or not. You're getting the fuck up out of there. And Ann Taylor was going to, in my opinion, show this to the jury because she said it in her Franks a little bit. We didn't get into all the Franks yet because it hasn't been all released. But she makes a point to say that there is a door right there to leave the house. Okay? And that Bethany's right by it and that Dylan's coming down to, and they said, let's go into a bedroom to sit here to get, like, who in their right mind does that? Right? Who wouldn't just be getting the hell up out of there and flying out of that front door and then running? You know what I mean? So, and that's what it looks like. If you want to say that the killer, and there's not multiple killers, and the killer left out the back door, then you need to put it on the surviving roommates as to the only people that could have ever walked out and opened up the door to then leave the bottom front door. Like, you cannot have it both ways. So you'd want to be able to articulate this in closing arguments to the jury. You cannot have it both ways. Either you believe the surviving roommates, right? And then you have to ask yourself, why is the front door wide open? Justin's a credible witness. Justin has no idea what those surviving roommates have said to anybody. He doesn't know that by him speaking out that he's totally contradicting a huge, huge part of the puzzle. And that would be the surviving roommates, their stories. And then that's when you would bring in 423 car leaving. And just because we see one person getting in that car to leave, that does not mean that somebody didn't run out to then jump into that vehicle right in front of the house. And no wonder why they were so adamant. And you do this in your closing arguments. The police were so adamant to assign somebody that was incorrect, the 423 car leaving. Okay? They're running out at 423. They're getting in the vehicle. They're starting it. They're backing up. They assigned that to a woman who they knew was at work, not petting her cats in her apartment. They knew this. They needed to have somebody lie about that. She wasn't willing to do it. Listen to her interview. She was adamant. She could not leave work. She was the only person at work that night. They didn't care. The police didn't care. The police need now that car to be somebody. They need the white Elantra to be somebody. Now they need the 424 car to be somebody. And now they need who's the 429 car? The SUV that comes back and parks into the 1122 house when they get out of somebody gets out of the car, they close the door. That is correct. That's all one vehicle. You see it on the lane at 423 and some change, and then you see it on 1112 pulling away out of there. It's the same vehicle. The police lied about who was in that car. Why? Then the police at 429 assigned the SUV that came back to another incorrect person. Why are we doing this? I don't give a fuck about your stupid motherfucking cell tower bullshit. I don't care about any of that because you can't get to it until you can get to all this and sort this all out. Until you can sort this all out and realize that the cops lied, which we know that they did. They lied about who was in that car leaving at 423 and seen at 424 pulling away. How does Dylan even know that that's happening? Well, maybe because she's in the motherfucking car that's pulling away. And she has to act like she's not. So she says that she sees it. That would make a lot of sense there. But then what's even more compelling is the fact that Dylan says that she saw that vehicle while she was in Bethany's room. And guess what? That totally does not go with the timeline because she does not get to Bethany's room until after 424 and some change because she does not run down there because she is still texting Bethany. She does not go down there until 427. So the only vehicle, and she makes a big point to say that she saw it because it was passing by, going down towards to be on the camera at 1112, and she's talking about seeing the, the tail lights, like the red lights, not the white lights, as if you were coming, being the 429 vehicle, that's the SUV that's coming towards them, you're not seeing red lights. You're seeing white lights. That would be headlights. So I disagree with everything that Cyree is saying when he's saying that the FBI is who lied in this case. No, absolutely not. The Idaho State Police and the Moscow Police Department, they started the lies. They started the lies. Because either they're lying about being suspect vehicle 1 through Jacob Tisdall, or you have to believe him, and then you have to completely take the white car out of the equation of being the suspect vehicle car unless you are willing to say that the cops did this. Which I'm perfectly fine with that. Go ahead. Every vehicle around the time of the crime is a lie. The circling cars, the circling looping one, the 424 one, and the 429 one. Why? And they need... So if basically Dylan didn't see what she says that she saw at 4, and none of this happens, like that texting just starts just like they did in the Brian Drake case, where it happens that you're trying to extend somebody's life. So, hey, start it right now, this whole texting. Just saying. Or maybe one day Bethany will just tell you the truth that why did Bethany ever truly call at 4:19? Because Bethany heard a fucking fire, like she heard a big bang. And guess what happens when you open up that door and if you were to run out of that door and you open up that front door, it's gonna bang right up against the wall. And that's that big that Bethany heard, in my opinion. Now, why she wants to talk about a flash and shit like that, I have no idea. But the big bang is when that door smacks into the wall as it's being flung open. That's the front door. That's the bang that I hear. She wants to talk about, and that I think that's the bang that y'all hear at 4:17 when they're talking about, you hear like that thud, whatever, blah, blah, blah. It's the police that talk everybody into the fact that it's the cups falling and this, that, and the other. No, all that is they're about to play another game. And somebody started to collect, the cups, and they just didn't get to, in my opinion, filling out those. That's just what it looks like to me. How the other side would be able to stay on is funny. That's not staying on if somebody totally bumped into that fucking stupid table. After that table would ever be bumped into, somebody then started to set up those cups. It could not happen that the last thing that happened to that table was the bumpage. Because those cups would never have stayed there like that and as tight in a triangle. I play beer pong. There's no fucking way. Go and attempt to replicate that. Let's see you do it. Video record yourself like Mark, wrap yourself up, make a video, put it on the internet. I want you to come around like you're running around the corner and run into a fucking table like that has no weight on top of that table. You're going to blast into that table, and there is no way in hell that those triangle solo cups are going to be tight like that. Get out of here.
How much that helps at all or anything like that, but
It's good to know.
Piece helps.
Yeah.
So we can kinda-
Putting the pieces together is what we're trying to do. We have we're definitely still sitting on the house, as you probably know, because you live right there. So
Yeah.
we're still trying to collect evidence and stuff. So that does help us. So I can let our guys know and see if there's anything that they might try to look in that area.
I'll keep my eye out for cameras or anything like that. It's not very well. I mean, it's a pretty old behind the times building. Not to downplay the apartment or.
Why didn't they ask this kid what kind of car he drives? How about that? I was debating on when I should just announce this part. How come they don't ask this kid what fucking type of car he drives? What he was doing the night before? Have we got to any of that type of questioning? What time did you come in last night? Have we heard that yet? kind of car he drive? I mean, hey, you live back there. Do you ever see like, a white car? I mean, the white car, we're at the 17th, you guys. They're well on, like they've been, when you can go ahead and read the fact that Steve Gonsalves and Olivia are blowing them up and everybody is talking about this white car in these, emails. Here you go. Here you got a guy that's really observant. Why don't you ask him who has a fucking white car back there? Ask him who has an SUV. Because you know why, guys? Because that wasn't being asked. And it was not to get on that and do anything. Because it didn't matter. They're not asking that question because that was not, it was already answered. They already know whose white car that is. Does that you understand? This is a dude that you'd be asking what he did last night, what time he came home. Somebody that's potentially wanting to insert themselves into the investigation. Like, who is this kid? Maybe he's got a fucking crush on one of these girls that he wants to insert himself. He's saying completely opposite of what's being told. Look at this guy. Just like, I mean, what are you doing? These people fucking suck at their job. At the very best. At the very worst, they are corrupt. You pick. Okay? They fucking suck or they're corrupt. It's no other way. They fucking suck. Say it. Say it loud. Say it proud. They fucking suck.
No, they've definitely been there for a while. It's a college students, or a lot of college students live in there, so not a lot of people have cameras and stuff. We get that, but I know our guys, like I said, they went and looked to see if they could physically see cameras, and then if they did, they'd go knock on doors. But I just was like, well, maybe you have one. Some people have ones where they're like positioned where we can't see them from the outside, but maybe they could still have cameras. That's why I thought I'd ask.
Yeah, I wish I did.
No, you're good, man. I appreciate it. Do you have any questions for us?
Do you guys need something written, or are you guys good?
No, I think we're good.
Fair enough.
If I do
you guys need something written? He's over here offering a written statement. I fucking love this kid. He should have been like, well, actually, I want to make a written statement. Like, are you guys recording this? You didn't even write 2 things down. Maybe you wrote 3 things actually. But say it loud, say it proud, okay? At the very best, they fucking suck. Okay? At the very best, they fucking suck. And at the very worst, well, let your mind go there. Again, I will go toe-to-toe, head-to-head, however you want to fucking say it, with anybody. And you want to talk about this case. And we want to talk about methodology, and we want to talk about applying a methodology to this case and starting from the beginning. You cannot get past the first week in this investigation. You cannot even go and look at anything until you can answer what the hell, like, these reports are saying. Somebody should have gone to Jacob Tisdall and said, what is this? You guys made loops around when we went through that whole 1112 cam. I don't think we see you making loops unless you're this white car. Because nobody's making loops. That's number 1. Number 2, we looked at when you would have been checking out and leaving, and what's your body cam say on this? Because we have a car that's pulling away at 319 on Linda Lane. This dude is solid as fuck. He is my proof, and that's why I'm saying right here, the front door is confirmed wide open all night. This dude asks if he can make a statement. Hey, do you need me to write it out? Look at this.
I wish I did.
No, you're good, man. I appreciate it. Do you have any questions for us?
Do you guys need something written, or are you guys good?
No, I think we're good.
Fair enough.
If I do, I can contact you. Let me get a phone number for you.
He wasn't even going to take his phone number. Dude, this is unbelievable. This is great. This is amazing. He's like, He wants to have a written statement. I haven't seen one written statement from anybody in this case. Have you guys seen a written statement? I am stretching Moscow's asshole on a Friday, and I'm loving it. I mean, I think I do it every day, but it's just like, do your job. Do your job and we wouldn't be here. If I were these parents, I'd be suing these people. Because they've contributed to every single... They are the reason these families have suffered the emotional harm. These people. And the killer. Hold on, fucking not absolutely the killer. Abso-fucking-lutely. The killers. If it's Brian Kober, it's Brian Kober, absolutely. But why isn't he being sued for wrongful death? I don't understand. How come Brian Kober is not being sued for wrongful death? Can we start asking that question? Are we gonna ask that question yet? Why isn't Brian Kober being sued for wrongful death? Why wouldn't he be included in WSU's suit as a co-defendant? Even in just for the mere fact to, I don't know, depose the guy, and then you can have him on the stand, and then he has to testify. You guys understand that, right? So why hasn't Brian Kober been sued for wrongful death? You guys do know that I wrote the families and said, you really need to add Brian Kober to your wrongful death claim. I think for optics alone, I think it looks really bad that you're suing WSU and not the person that, I don't know, murdered your kids. Don't you think that just optically looks horrible? Anybody go to bed at night and wonder why aren't they suing the person that killed their kids? You know, this is a civil suit. And so if you whine about how much money he has, go after his money. If you whine about how much, go take that shit. Let me tell you what you get out of a civil suit. It's only based on the preponderance of the evidence. It is not based off of beyond a reasonable doubt that we have to then win our civil suit like that. No, it's the preponderance of the evidence. Okay? Why aren't we suing him for wrongful death? You heard it here first. Karen Reed is going to lose her wrongful death suit. Turtle Boy and Karen Reed and there's everything that they're up against civilly, they're going to lose. What, Lan? I can't believe that you could say that. Blah, blah. Mark my motherfucking words. Put up $1,000. I'll put up $1,000 against your $1,000. Shit, I'll give you 10 to 1 odds. You can only put up 100. I'll put up 1,000. That's how confident I am that Karen Reed is going to lose her wrongful death. The John O'Keefe's family is suing her for wrongful death. They're going to win if it makes it to a jury. Now, you have a guy that confessed, allegedly, right? That's a confession, right? To killing your daughters and your son. Why aren't we suing him for wrongful death? Well, why aren't we adding Moscow Police Department to the wrongful death? You can prove that the Moscow Police Department did not follow policy and did not have their officers in marked patrol vehicles patrolling around. You can prove that they were double dipping in a federal grant scheme for the purposes to make money while your kids were being murdered. What are you doing? Do you understand if you're driving around in a cruiser that is marked and you're driving around like what that dude said he was doing, but he wasn't. But if they would have been doing and making their loops around the King Road house like they said in a marked vehicle, do you think that that's going to, I don't know, deter somebody from thinking that they can go and do X, Y, and Z? That's the whole purpose for, what do you think when people call and say, hey, can you send a couple patrols by my house? Yada, yada, yada. Yeah, we'll send extra patrols out. There should have been, Jacob Tisdall should have been a vehicle himself. Nate Rosendahl should have been a vehicle himself, marked. That's what he was on the schedule for. Then you have Jay Waters, which I'm looking into him now. You want to know why I'm looking into Jay Waters? Because Jay Waters, the entire night, it was like he was not even existent. What was he doing? What was Jay Waters doing? What was Brandon Sturgeon? What were these people doing? Nobody's writing up. There's no tickets. There's no instances. There's just, what's going on here? Nobody seems like they're working. But anyways, everybody's supposed to be in their own vehicle marked. And they're supposed to be driving around. They're on patrol. They aren't hired to go and sit at the police station and twiddle their fucking dicks, okay? That's not what they are hired to do. That's not what the city is paying them, which is we're paying. The citizens are paying, okay? And so go look at that night. If they would have been actually doing what they say that they're doing in reports, well, maybe somebody wouldn't be able to feel so confident that they can just, I don't know, stalk people. Go in and murder 4 kids. Maybe if they had trust in the police department versus the kids thinking that the cops are all doing undercover operations and we can't trust them, so we can't tell them anything, that we don't call them. There's a lot of issues over there, and I just want to know why the parents are suing WSU and not suing the Moscow Police Department. Sue Green. Sue the president. Well, Lana, why? Well, he aided in your emotional distress. He wrote a book. And made money off of it at your expense. That's just one of the things he did. While there was a gag order, we didn't get to have a trial in Latah County because of your fucking book. It's a lot of reasons. They'll settle out with you. Fuck all these people. But ask yourselves why Brian Kober has not been sued for wrongful death. Especially since you wanted to get this information out of him of where the knife is and where the clothes are and what he did and where he did it and how he did it. Why the hell aren't you suing him civilly for wrongful death and then go get those answers, or at the very least, get him in a deposition, get him under oath, and then if you have your trial, again, you're going to have him under oath. And this little, I told the family to do this, to sue him. I said, go get your answer that way. I said, and if he ever tries to make an appeal, he's going to go up against what he said under oath in depositions, and then under oath when there was trial. You're not going after him because of money. You want some answers. Go get them. And at the very least, get him saying stuff that can be used against him if he was to ever try to do an appeal. Oh, Lana, you make so much sense. Yeah, so I have no idea what's going on, but I just question the tactics and the strategy because I would be putting him and would have put him in an immediate wrongful death suit the moment that he confessed. that he took the plea deal. We're suing for wrongful death. So go ask people, why wouldn't they? Yeah, why? That's crazy. They're suing WSU, but they're not suing Brian Koberger. And if you're going to sue WSU, why the fuck aren't you suing Moscow Police Department? I have laid out, we have went and got all these FOIAs to show what the fuck these people have been doing while they're supposedly trying to keep a campus safe. They are not keeping campuses safe. That's not what they're doing. Their tactics are not keeping campuses safe. In fact, you need to strongly ask why they felt that they could have a Saturday night being patrolled the way that they did it. And why nobody is anywhere from 4 to 6. From 4 to 6, it was like, dude, it's sad. Trust me, Moscow Police Department would tap out so fast. The city of Moscow would. These lawyers, you would crush them. You would, dude. You could win on your third day of your period, so hungover. Any lawyer could crush them in this civil suit. But that's what I would do. I'm going to go get my answers since Bill Thompson's a pussy, right? I'm going to go get my answers. I'm going to make that motherfucker talk. There's no competing interest of what he's going to do, plead the fifth. And I said, hey, guess what? It'll force him also to go ahead and do his little, I could read I'll read every single email that I've ever wrote. The advice that I've been giving to say, to position yourself, to be always in control. I said, you need to sue him for wrongful death. That way, if he is going to try to do some type of an appeal, you're going to force it out of him. Because the only way that he can plead the fifth is if he has a competing interest in his Fifth Amendment. In his Fifth Amendment, he would be able to claim it if he then filed for an appeal and was doing everything that way. Then yeah, you wouldn't be able to get him to talk. But guess what? You forced out of him. You flushed out of him to do what? To get the appeal going, right? So I personally think it's really obvious. I do believe that Brian Koberger said that he took a plea deal last minute. I believe in the words that he said because we all watched it. At least I did. I watched what I watched for 3.5 years. Then now over the past year, we're digging through all of the papers that we've been digging through for the past 3.5 years, but even more intensely, and we're just getting more. And when you peel them back, you cannot sit here and tell me that you're going to trial if you're the defendant in this case. You're going to trial. You're preserving all of your appeals, even if you lose. You're preserving your appeals, even if you lose and they find you guilty, okay? You then have so many avenues because of all the fuckery that went on throughout this entire proceeding. Let's see. Thanks so much, Karen. Thanks so much, Strawberry Fields. Hey, Lana, it's Mandy Joe. Want to let you know, change my name and you fucking rock. Mandy Joe, as in Mandy Joe. The other thing that just happened. I'm going to pull up this Jacksonville shit. I want to know about like which Mandy Joe? Which Mandy Joe are we talking about? Send in your PayPals, guys. Yeah, send in your PayPals. It's Friday FOIA. Where's Senior? What FOIA did you put in for 10 G's? I didn't get to see the rest of that. So, again, guys, I still struggle with the whole time of the crimes until I'm able to see. But I want to point out a couple things here. So, I think I printed it out, didn't I? I have an issue with Walla Walla now. Oh, great, Lana. The cell phones, okay? Somebody got them, went to Walla Walla, and they got a report. And I want to, whoever did it, I don't know who did it. I want to say thank you for doing it. Like, fuck yeah. Awesome. Like, hands down. Great job. Now, Walla Walla is the sheriff's department. Walla Walla, I think it was, here, I'll get the county that they went to. They took the phones there. All right, and I'm going to use Hector to show you this one report. And what I was able to do, because like I've been telling you guys, we want to try to get this raw data because I want to give it to two experts. I'm going to apply methodologies to, if we can get these phones to do like the whole thing, like a 6-month timeline. Okay. And but I'm not just going to use the CDRs, right? I'm going to use all the different apps, everything that we can get our hands on. Now, Walla Walla. Okay. What is the police section at the sheriff's at Walla Walla? Okay. So here's this report on the phones. So now this report alone is now going to bring in much scrutiny, and it deserves to be, into everything we've been hearing about the cell phones in terms of Kaylee's cell phone, because I'm going to tell you what this means. All right, here we go. Hector, come on in. Hector, shake it. Yay. Okay. Walla Walla police, there's your... Look at, oh my God, you mean to tell me that they over here, they know what it's like to do an assisting agency report? Huh. Someone should tell WSU. They know how to do it. They just didn't. Because we'll get into that one day. Because it's a theory of mine. But it makes so much sense. Okay. So, I was waiting to find this. We found this. Again, I don't know who went and got it. I just want to say thank you, whoever did it. Is it... Oh, there you go. Was it TC and myself live in the same town, and Walla Walla is about 45 minutes drive from us? Did you guys go and get this? Is that where this is from? Well, you guys know who you are. Yes, see above my comment. Sorry, chat moves so fast, I can't... I hardly get to see it. There you go. Thank you. Hell yeah. Let's hold on to get a... Woo! Retribution, baby. Well done. Stellar. Fuck yeah. Cheers. Love it. Okay. She went and got it. All right. Perfect. See, there you go. And thank you. See, we try to make sure we give people credit. It's going to take an army. Okay. So let's take a look. In this report, I received a request from Detective Lawrence Mowery for assistance extracting data from several mobile devices. Detective Mowery advised his agency was investigating a quadruple homicide, and the phones belonging to the decedents had been seized as part of this investigation. Detective Mowery advised he had passcodes for the three of the devices and requested file system extractions. Full file. On 11/25/2022, I met with Detective Mowery at the Walla Walla Police Department. He turned over 4 Apple iPhones, packaged separately. Oh, packaged in separate manila envelopes. So that's how I'm looking at it. Like there'd be 4 separate envelopes. Detective Mowery indicated one of the phones was a priority Yes, and that would be Kaylee's, right? And asked me to start with that one. Detective Mowery provided me with a copy of a signed search warrant. I examined the priority phone as identified by Detective Mowery. Detective Mowery advised a passcode was not available for this device. That's how we know that it's Kaylee's. And that's that item. Then we reference this and check. It's Kaylee's. That's her phone. Now, I connected it to the gray key the gray key unit, and was able to obtain an instant after first unlock, AFU. Really important there, because what can you get from that? Well, we're going to be hitting up Walla Walla. Okay. This is what's confusing to some people here. Why you would be saying an instant after first unlock. Okay. Once the extraction was completed, so they are able to do it saying, hey, I connected it to the gray key unit and was able to obtain an instant after first unlock. So I don't know why they're saying this, but this is what I've heard of and know about. After first unlock, AFU. If you can do an after first unlock extraction, you are very, very close to being able to do, that is a full file system almost. Like, very, very consistent with. So this should blow our minds right now. Because what this would tell you, and what they are telling us, that they were not able to get into Kaylee's phone, that's not what this report says at all. They were able to get it connected to the gray key unit. And they were able to obtain an after first unlock extraction. And you'd have to understand, okay, well, what is that extraction versus a full file or a logical, like, what are we dealing with? Well, from the people that I speak with, they say that an AFU extraction is essentially, they include most of what would be considered a full file system. And you guys know I'm all about these steps, right? So here, once the extraction was completed, I downloaded the extraction to the Walla Walla Police Department Digital Forensics Laboratory network storage device. I opened the extraction in Celebrite Physical Analyzer, which decoded the data. And I'm over here wondering, did they delete this? Did they keep this? Like, what's their practice? You see how this would have been uploaded and it's on Walla Walla Police. I copied the see, it's a copied. I copied the extracted data and accompanying gray key generated files to a USB drive. Detective Mowery returned later in the afternoon. So, wait, what? He did all this on this day? I copied, and he says right here, Detective Mowery returned later in the afternoon and retrieved the USB drive containing the data extractions, as well as the devices, or the device that had been extracted. So he got the 4 cell phones, and he got the copy of the extracted data that was on this USB drive, right? I then connected item 2M or 22M1807 to the gray key unit and obtained a full file system extraction. This device was processed in paired mode since the passcode had been provided by Detective Mowery. I downloaded the extracted data and accompanying the gray key generated files to the DFL network storage drive. Again, it seems like we have all of these, that they did this. Then on 11/28/2022, I loaded the, so I want to stop there right here. Right here. Detective Mowery returned later in the afternoon. Do you see how there's no other date there? So it has to be on 11/25. I met with Detective Mowery. Then later that afternoon, right? Detective Mowery returned later in the afternoon and retrieved the USB drive. So he got Kaylee's shit on 11/25. Okay, right? Well, let's take a look at something. Let's go to this puppy. This is all the police reports. Let's take a look at Mowery's. Right, here we go. This is report 59. Report 59 here. On November 25th, 2022, I went to the Walla Walla Police Department and spoke with, ready? Oh, Detective Chris. Detective Rucker stated her forensic tools would be able to support full file systems extractions on the unlocked devices and would be able to complete limited extraction on Gonsalves's locked phone. I left the phones with Detective Rucker to be extracted. Look at this. On November 28th, do you see that? Love it. Fuck you, Mowery. I'm coming for that motherfucking ass, boy. Let me play with it. Now, do you see what a complete and utter piece of fucking garbage this man is? He is a liar. Where does he say that he got Kaylee's shit? On November 25th in the afternoon. Where does he say, what do you mean limited? Where do you see that? You're a liar. On the 25th, right here, I met with Detective Mowery. I got all 4 phones, but this one was a priority. Kaylee's phone was a priority. And he asked me to start with that one device. Mowery provided me with a copy of a signed search warrant. AFU extraction after first unlock. He then gives the USB and the device back to Mowery in the afternoon. Detective Mowery returns later in the afternoon and retrieved the USB drive containing the data extractions as well as the device that had been extracted. This is what Mowery says happened. Mowery says, and let me show you when he writes this. 12/5/2022. He says, hey, she stated that her forensic tools would be able to support a full file system extraction on the unlocked devices and would be able to complete a limited extraction on Kaylee's locked phone. I left the phones with detective to be extracted. Now, where does it say in the next paragraph? I returned there, or I waited and received Kaylee's because it was a priority. Where does it say that? Where does it say I waited to get Kaylee's phone because it was a priority? And I left that afternoon with Kaylee's. Where is that? Do you guys see that anywhere there between this paragraph and before you get into on November 28th? On November 28th, Chris informed me the phone extractions were complete and ready to be picked up. On November 29th, 2022, Detective Justin Dean picked up the phones and returned them to the Moscow Police Department. You are a fucking liar. He said, I received the 4 devices and placed them in the secure computer forensic lab. What are you smoking, man? So is Chris lying or are you lying? Chris is saying that you, Detective Mowery, I copied the extracted data and accompanying the gray key generated files to a USB drive on November 11th or on November 25th because Mowery, Detective Mowery returned later in the afternoon and retrieved the USB drive containing the data extractions as well as the device that had been extracted. See how it says the device, not devices? Device. And this was Kaylee's because in her report, she's very specific that there was one that was of priority. Okay. That one that was priority was Kaylee's. Detective Mowery waited around to get it. Detective Mowery writes a report acting like from 11:25 to 11:29 that he did not have her device. This report is misleading at best, false at worst. This is disgusting. This is gross. Now what's even more wild, right? Again, the lies are from the police. The lies are from the police. I don't know why people want to talk about the families. The family did not write up this report. Detective Mowery wrote this report up. So if you don't think that they're lying to the families, you're high on your own supply of giraffe farts. They are lying under the pains and penalty of perjury in reports. They are lying under oath. Do you think they give a fuck to lie to the family? They are lying. This is the family's proof. If this doesn't wake anybody up, then here it is. Like, this speaks for itself. Walla Walla writes up a report and not only writes it up and lays it out. Mowery, we gave you this on the same afternoon on 11/25. Then we're going to get into the other ones for 11/28. But they go as far as to fill out stuff like this. Evidence. No evidentiary items were logged into the Walla Walla Police Department. Evidence property system. Items were stored in the Secure Digital Forensic Laboratory until they were turned over to the investigating agency. I did not have contact with any citizens related to this as far as de-escalation. Now, force used. I did not have contact with any citizens. There's no force used. Communications. Now we get to get into fun shit. Ready for this? Communications. Woohoo! This is how everything should look. I communicated with Detective Mowery via phone. Yes, via text messages. We're going to go get those. Email and in person. I communicated with Detective Dean via phone. Woohoo! All right. Woo! Wow, okay. The reason that phone was of top priority is because the other ones had the passcodes and they were already gotten into. This is where I want to show you that. This is why I say, did you fuck up something? Like, what's going on here, Mowery? These phones were taken to CDA. And why are you taking them to somebody out in Coeur d'Alene? If you're on the phone with them and you ask them if they can do X, Y, and Z, how is there any type of a mix-up? So I asked for assistance from Tyson Barrett and attempted to gain PIN codes from the family, right? Well, on the 3 devices I was able to unlock, I performed advanced logical extractions on the devices at the Moscow Police Department. A report for each device will be completed separately. And I'm saying, why did you do that? Because my understanding from listening to the trials I go to, most recently where I was just blown away, is she used to work for the FBI. She was the defense expert for Richard Allen, but she was brought in last minute and could not really do much. But she was able to find out her name was Eldridge, Stacy, and she was able to find about headphones being plugged into Richard Allen's phone. Or not Richard Allen's, but Liberty German's cell phone, which was way after the murder was allegedly happened, and then somebody comes and unplugs them. And those were human hands that would have to do that. Well, so what I was told, based on listening to the witness expert testimonies, is by you doing this right here, you potentially are going to lose stuff the next time you go ahead and do an extraction, because you're going to do what, a full file? Like, and if you extracted like the girls, like the surviving roommates, why didn't you keep their phones to do a full file with theirs as well? Anyways, moral of the story here is that on November 20th, okay, I again requested the assistance of Detective Taylor in gaining a full file system extraction on the 3 unlocked devices. The phones were delivered to CDA. Again, why are you taking them to CDA and not seeing if they can actually do a full file system, because this is what happens. On November 22nd, Detective Taylor stated he would not be able to complete the extractions. And I'm over here saying, is everybody high? My understanding is you want to get into something as soon as you can, because there can be the potentiality to lose data. And it was almost like that they sent these phones to CDA for a purpose. Like, you're going to pick up a phone and you're going to ask them, can you do a full file? Like, you have the passcodes of these phones. What's the problem here? Like, what are you doing? Why are you sending something to CDA if they can't do it? Why aren't you calling them on the phone? So here, then this is where it's like, okay, I'm going to send now a gopher to go pick them up from Coeur d'Alene to bring them back, because now what's going to have to happen? So this is where it's like, I went to the CDA police department and picked up the phones. Yeah, because this is what people should be doing with all their time investigating quadruple homicide, is driving phones all over the place. So he's like, I went to go pick them up. I then took them to the Post Falls Police Department and spoke with Detective Neil Uhrig. Why? Well, because Detective Neil Uhrig informed me his forensic tools would not support a full file system extraction. What? You have the Idaho State Police. What are they doing? You guys, this should blow you to bits. Then, on November 25th, I went to the Walla Walla Police Department. You didn't go there and speak with somebody. You called them up on the phone first. How do we know that? Well, because I'm going to go with Chris all day. Communications. I communicated with Detective Mowery via phone, text, email, and in person. Well, I'm going after all of that communication, because guess who's going to have it? Chris. We're going to seek it out through going to Chris. Chris, we need your emails. We need your text messages, and we need to know the time of the calls. What it seems like to me is that they were delaying getting into these phones. Anyways, Detective Mowery then says, oh, hey, yeah, on November 25th, I went to the Walla Walla Police Department and spoke with Detective Chris. Look at this. No, bitch. You spoke to before. You're not just going to show up there and say, hey, we're working a quadruple homicide. I was wondering, do you have a detective here that I could talk to? No. You're going to pick up the phone or you're going to email them. And that's how that would have happened to start it off. But you notice how Mowery does not want to put in his report that there was any other type of communication, because he does not want to give it up. He doesn't want you to go and find that paper trail. And usually when they're not announcing that, it's something not good. You don't want someone to see what you could have potentially put in an email or put in text. So we need to go find it. So again, Detective Mowery, if we just go off of his report, he says Detective Chris Reichert stated her forensic tools would be able to help support full file system extractions on the unlocked devices and would be able to complete a limited extraction. Now, why aren't you saying what type of limited extraction? Like, you're the forensic detective. You don't know what an after first unlock is? Like, come on. You should totally know what that is. I left the phones with Detective Chris Ruckert to be extracted. Now, this is what Mowery would then have you to believe happened. Then Detective Mowery wants you to believe that nothing else happened with him. And that what happened was on November 28th. That Detective Chris informed me the phone extractions were complete and ready to be picked up. And what it would, for whatever reason, Moscow Police Department does not want you to know that they were in possession of Kaylee Gonsalves's phone and her after first unlock extraction, and that they had it on November 25th. Well, that's funny. November 25th is the same day that the Be on the Lookout went out for white Hyundai Elantra. Oh. What else was happening? Remember when Detective Mowery made a big oopsie poopsie? And he went and got a Reddit, and the only Reddit account he went and got was Kaylee's? But he went and filled out the paperwork and got the search warrant like, oh, I don't know, 10 days before he tried to serve it on December 1st. He went and got it on November, what was the date? Oops. Remember Brian Colbert had a Reddit survey? They didn't ask for anybody else's Reddit accounts to see if they had Reddit accounts. So going back to this, Detective Mowery lies. It makes it seem like that Justin Dean, I sent Justin Dean there to go pick up the phones and returned them to the Moscow Police Department. I received the 4 devices and placed them in and then here's the fucking lie of a lifetime. Just when we thought it was misleading, now the complete full-blown absolute lie happens. And he wants to say that I received the 4 devices and placed them in the secure computer forensic lab. And no, the fuck you didn't. You did not receive the 4 on 11/28. You cocksucker. You received 3 of them because you received Kaylee's on 11/25. You cheat. Corrupt bastard. I have no idea why Steve Gonsalves is not on the phone calling up this fucking pencil pusher. This pencil cock. Okay. And demanding to ask why Chris wrote up her Walla Walla, Washington police report and is talking about all these awesome contacts that they made and emails and love letters and shit like that, and why you had my motherfucking daughter's phone on 11/25 and you stuck around in Walla Walla so that you could get the phone personally given to you in the afternoon on 11/25, and why you thought that you could write up this fucking little shitty ass report that looks like a fourth grader wrote this shit and try to tell us that on November 28th that you sent your little fucking butt buddy here, Detective Dean, okay, to go pick him up. And then, hey, you informed me on the 28th. I sent Dean, though, on the 29th to get all 4 of them. And that I received the 4 devices and placed them in the secure computer forensic lab. The fuck you did. I'd be lighting up this motherfucker. You guys want to lie to me? My kid was murdered? Ha! Instead, we're not exposing any of this. I'm chopping down the Russian. You're absolutely correct. I am Rocky Balboaing these motherfuckers. I am body blows. Yes. I'm chopping down the Russians, okay? This is sick. These people are sick. And the people that are lying to these families are the police. The FBI. That's who's lying. The police. The FBI. They're lying to these families. So what it looks like is that Detective Mowery wanted to hide the fact that he was in possession. So now we're going to look into this. He was in possession of Kaylee's extraction. On 11, he sat there. He sat his fucking frumpy ass and waited. Hey, this is a priority. Do this one. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to wait, okay? And then you're going to give me this one and you can continue to work on the other ones, okay? So he sat there and he waited on 11/25. Left with Kaylee's phone and the extraction. How do we know that? Because I believe, thanks to the Retribution Club over there, today I would agree with you, but not really. It would help your algorithm if you didn't swear so much. Yeah, I've done that. It doesn't help. But here it is. I believe Detective Chris. On 11/25, she met with Detective Mowery at the Walla Walla Police Department. He turned over 4 Apple iPhones. Just 4. So when anybody wants to say, like, oh, did anybody have any more phones? No. These are the 4 phones from the quadruple homicide. Kaylee, Maddie, Ethan, Santa. That's what was provided. They were packaged in separate envelopes. Detective Mowery indicated one of the phones was a priority and asked me to start with that one. Detective Mowery provided me with a copy of a signed search warrant. Let's get our hands on that. I examined the priority phone as identified by Detective Mowery. Detective Mowery advised a passcode was not available for this device. This is the item number. Go check it out. This belongs to Kaylee. This is her item number. That's her phone. I connected the phone. It is the phone, to the gray key unit and was able to obtain an instant after first unlock AFU extraction. Once the extraction was completed, I downloaded the extraction to the Walla Walla Police Department Digital Forensics Laboratory Network Storage Drive. I opened the extraction in Cellbrite. Woo! Yeah! Which decoded the data. So it did go through Cellbrite. So here you go. Take this to the Barnharts and say, look at what they did. Look at what these bastards did. I copied, meaning Chris, the detective here from Walla Walla, she copied the extracted data and accompanying gray key generated files to a USB drive. Detective Mowery returned later in the afternoon, same day here, at 11:25, after he came back from Dunkin' Donuts. He returned later in the afternoon and retrieved the USB drive containing the data extractions as well as the device. That would mean that when you have 4 phones and you take one away, that equals 3 remaining. Detective Mowery left that complex, that police station, Walla Walla Police Station, on 11/25 with Kaylee's phone, okay, and her extraction. And then I then connected item 22M1807, so this is the next one that they worked on, to the gray key unit and obtained a full file system extraction. This device was processed in paired mode since the passcode had been provided by Detective Mowery. I downloaded the extracted data and accompanying gray key generated files to the DFL network storage drive. That's what she did on 11/25. And then she stopped. Then on 11/28/2022, I loaded the extraction for item 22M01 into Celebrate PA and created a UFD file. I was later advised, look at this, by Detective Mowery. So this would be after 11/25 and after 11/28, okay, when she's like in the middle of doing this. See, I was later advised by Detective Mowery that he did not need the extractions parsed because he had access to forensics to forensic programs. He's like, I don't want you to do it. I don't want you to do it. He called her and was like, oh my God, no, don't do anything. I don't want you to do anything. This is no different, in my opinion, than having somebody do something like the IGG and then saying, oh my God, stop working, oh my God, stop. The fuck? Why? Look at this clown. Look at this clown. You know what, Detective Mowery? He never says, does he say that in his report? That he told her to do that? No, he says on November 28th that she called me to inform me that the phone extractions were complete and ready to be picked up. What? Excuse me? Look at this. Look at this. This is insanity. And here's me. Sai, do you have a comment on any of this? Do you have a comment on anything that I've been pumping out from my channel? I welcome you to use your channel and show me that I do not know policy, show me that I do not know procedure, and show me how that matters in what I am doing and breaking down on my channel in my methodologies. Because this is absolutely crazy. I thought the FBI was lying. And I said, you're wrong, and I love you, but you're wrong. Please look at this and go from the beginning and go through everything, and you will see that the liars are Moscow Police Department and Idaho State Police, and that they not only suck at their job, but they are corrupt. Please, just do it. I promise you, you will not look like a fool, and you will come out smiling like roses. So right here, we should see Mowery saying, hey, I contacted Detective Chris Rucker and told her, hey, you don't have to do any of that shit. Wait, what do you want me to do? You were calling and asking if we had these forensic tools. We have these forensic tools. This is exactly how we go about it, right? Where does Mowery say what Detective Chris is saying? That on 11/28, when she gets back to working on these devices, I was later advised by Detective Mowery that he did not need the extractions parsed because he had access to forensic programs. Now, let me tell you why he doesn't want you to do this, in my opinion, because he wants to just pull the certain file folders and put them in an extraction. And he wants to leave some stuff out so that it can't be part of a timeline. That's what I think. Because everything's in folders. And I want to do that so that I can give the defense the file in, and then we're also trying to get prepared for a, what do you call it? You know, a grand jury. And I can't see any of this stuff. So I don't want you to, if you show me any of this stuff and I can look at it, then I can't lie. Okay, I can't lie. This will help me to be able to lie better. So when she's like, I was later, advised, the Detective Mowery was like, no, don't do any of that. She says, I then connected item this one and this one. Because now that you told me that, I then take these two phones, right? And I connect them to the gray key unit successfully, period. These devices were also placed into the paired mode as the passcodes were provided by Detective Mowery. I was able to obtain full file system extractions from both of the devices. So we have full file systems extractions from everything except for Kaylee's. Like, that's amazing. According to this broad. I downloaded the extracted data and the gray key generated the files to the DFL network storage drive. I copied the extracted data from the network storage drive to an external hard drive. Detective Mowery had left with me. Where does Detective Mowery even say that? He had left this, this external hard drive. On 11/29/2022, I met with Detective Justin Dean at the Walla Walla Police Department. So now we also know that she met with him and she talked to him on the phone, because she put down here that I communicated with Detective Dean via phone. But she also met, which is amazing. So she knows personally how she handed everything to everybody. I met with Detective Justin Dean at the Walla Walla Police Department. I turned over the 3. Do you see that? The 3 remaining devices and Detective Mowery's external hard drive containing the extracted data and files. All extracted data files were verified via MD5 and SHA256 hash verification. So then this is what you have. Facial recognition technology was not used in this investigation. What's amazing here is what I believe is that this got to her too late. And she had already did what she did. Okay? And so, Lana, what does all this mean? Well, what all this means is that Detective Mowery lied. When he wrote up this report, he specifically wrote up a report on 12/5/2022, and it was the victim phone extractions. So if you were to be a defense attorney in this case, and like Ann Taylor, this is what would have happened. Ann Taylor gets this right here, this report, and she would have read through it just like I did. You're going to read through it and you're going to pay attention. You're going to see, okay, on November 15th, I contacted Dave Taylor of the Coeur d'Alene Police Department with a request for an agency assist. I requested agency unlocking the cell phones of Kaylee Gonzalez, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan, the victims in the case. I emailed Detective Taylor a copy of the signed warrant describing the phones as being searchable. On November 16th, the phones were transported to the Coeur d'Alene, that's what CDA is, Police Department for a forensic brute force attempt. That means you're trying to get in to the unlocked to unlock them. However, Detective Taylor stated that he was not able to extract any information from the locked phones, and the phones were not supported for the brute force PIN code extraction. The phones were then returned to the Moscow Police Department on November 17th. And the person that was doing the transporting was Detective Vargas. She went down there for on November 16th, they had the autopsies. She's taking them down on the 16th. On November 17th, I don't know who went to go pick them up or how they got back. I mean, I do know, but he should be saying if he knows. I then asked for assistance from Tyson Barrett in an attempt to gain PIN codes from the family. The PIN codes provided for Gonsalves' phone did not unlock the device. Everybody else's worked. Okay? Now, this is what should be kind of like interesting. If you're using a PIN code to get in, that unlocks the device. So think about this. The after first unlock. So I'm going to ask some questions to a couple of the experts, like about some of this shit. But here, so if you're a defense attorney reading this, you're like, okay, they try to take it down there. It doesn't work. Like, they can't get into it. Then they have to go back and pick them up. Now the phones are back in Moscow, okay? And so we have 3 passcodes and one phone that doesn't have a passcode. Okay, then what do we try to do? Then he says, okay, on November 20th, 2022, Mowery says, I again requested the assistance of Detective Taylor in gaining a full file system extraction on the 3 unlocked devices. And right here, this is where I would have a red flag. You're contacting this person because you're like, hey, I have the passcodes. So you should be like, what you have there. If I have the passcodes, you can do this for a full file system, right? Well, he's saying that I need a full file system extraction on those 3 unlocked devices. You would be asking this of Detective Taylor if you can do this. The phones were delivered to CDA Police Department on November 21st, 2022. On November 22nd, 2022, Detective Taylor stated he would not be able to complete the extractions. That's it. And I'm over here, this is me. Wait, why? Did you not talk to this motherfucker? Like, what are you doing? What do you mean? How do you not know? Like, this needs to be answered. Why couldn't you do it? Because why would you ever say, bring your phones here? Then, on November 23rd, I went to the Coeur d'Alene Police Department and picked up the phones. I then took them to the Post Falls Police Department. And now this is Detective Urig, who you're trying to have on as an expert. And Detective Urig informed me that his forensic tools would not support a full file system extraction. And I'm over here like, where's the Idaho State Police? Where's the FBI? They refused and did not want the ISP, nor did they want the FBI involved in this. Then, Detective Mowery goes and picks up these phones. He's like, okay, I'm going to make a phone call to this Walla Walla, Washington Police Department. Okay? And I'm going to hope and pray that they can do this and that they don't blow my cover. Because I'm about to lie. On November 25th, I went to the Walla Walla Police Department. So if you're reading this, immediately you're asking yourself, you just went there, you didn't have any conversations, like you've had to talk to somebody before you're just going to drive there. And spoke with Detective Chris Ruckert. Detective Chris Ruckert stated her forensic tools would be able to support a full file system extraction on the unlocked devices and would be able to complete limited extraction. Now, he uses the term limited here. And It's way more than what you got out of the surviving roommates. Extraction on Kaylee's locked phone, but he purposely says limited. He wants the defense team, whoever's going to read this, to see the word limited. I left the phones with Detective Ruckert to be extracted. Period. And then what one would believe, if you're reading this, is that Detective Mowery walked his butt up out of the police department. And the next thing that happened was on November 28th, he says that Detective Ruckert informed him that the phone extractions were complete and ready to be picked up. That is what he wants to try to say that the phone call was about on November 28th. Because he knows that if anybody was to ever, take a look at his phone calls, he placed the call. And he wants to say that November 28th call was to check on the phones and, oh, yep, they're ready to be picked up. But that's not what the call was for. So he's covering his ass here. Yep, I called. But no, he's saying that Detective Ruckert informed me. So he says it this way. He's like, yeah, I didn't say that I didn't call. I called and she just informed me that because I was calling to see if they were ready. You see that? So he didn't lie, right? Because it's just like Detective Ruckert informed me. Just on the say, this is how they teach you to write reports to be scandalous. Detective Ruckert informed me the phone extractions were complete and ready to be picked up. Then why isn't this a new paragraph here to say on November 29th? But that's fine. Let's be idiotic here. On November 29th, 2022, Detective Justin Dean picked up the phones and returned them to the Moscow Police Department. Again, one would think that all 4 phones were picked up at the same time. There is no other way that you can take this language. You dropped all 4 phones off, and all 4 phones were picked up. Because why? Then your next sentence says that I received the 4 devices and placed them in the secure computer forensic lab. The extracted data was copied to the forensic computers and verified by hash values. An examination of the data will be completed at my earliest convenience. He is then trying to make it seem like he has not looked at any of the extracted information. That is what this report tells you. That he dropped all 4 phones off, and that Justin Dean picked up all 4 phones, and that he put them in the secure. He took the 4 phones and he secured them. He doesn't even mention the external hard drive. Where's the external hard drive? But he wants you to believe, if you were to read this as a defense attorney, that he has not looked at anything. But the truth is, and if we wouldn't have the new emerging Walla Walla Police Department, Chris Ruckert typing up this, if we wouldn't have this, then here, this is what Ann Taylor thinks. That this is how everything went down. Then, once you get this, Ann Taylor, if she's never seen it, I don't know. If she has seen it, shame on her. Go and look and see is Detective Ruckert were they on the witness list? Detective Ruckert needed to be on the witness list. If Detective Chris Ruckert was not on the witness list for Ann Taylor, then Ann Taylor did not know about this. Because there is no way, it is impossible for you to not show the judge and expose, and you would have done this in a suppression hearing. You would have also do it to save your client from the death penalty. You were asking for sanctions. And this is what Chris Ruckert's report is. I received a request from Detective Lawrence Mowery for assistance extracting data from several mobile devices. Detective Mowery advised his agency was investigating a quadruple homicide and the phones belonging to the decedents had been seized as part of the investigation. Detective Mowery advised he had passcodes for 3 of the devices and requested file system extractions. On 11/25/2022, I met with Detective Mowery at the Walla Walla police station. He turned over 4 Apple iPhones packaged in separate manila envelopes. Detective Mowery indicated one of the phones was a priority. A priority. Kaylee's phone was a priority and asked me to start with that one. Detective Mowery provided me with a copy of a signed search warrant. I examined the priority phone as identified by Detective Mowery. Detective Mowery advised a passcode was not available for the device, and that's item 22M-1812. I connected it to the gray key unit and was able to obtain an after first unlock AFU extraction, which is like almost all of what the full file system can do. It's pretty good. Once the extraction was completed, I downloaded the extraction to the Walla Walla Police Department Digital Forensic Laboratory network. That's what the DFL is. And it was on a storage drive. I opened the extraction in the Cellbrite Physical Analyzer, which decoded the data. I copied the extracted data and accompanying gray key generated files to a USB drive. You know the USB drive that he gave me, that external hard drive? Detective Mowery he came back that same day. He returned in the afternoon of 11/25 and retrieved the USB drive containing the data extractions as well as the device, plural, that had been extracted. 4 phones minus 1 means there's 3 phones left at Walla Walla, and Detective Mowery left with his phone, meaning Kaylee's, and Kaylee's the extraction that was put on to a USB drive. Detective Mowery left with Kaylee's phone on 11/25 and Kaylee's phone being extracted and uploaded to a USB external hard drive. Okay? Or maybe for just that one, it was that he had just one itty bitty little thumb, you know? Anyways, does everyone see the problem here? Detective Mowery said that Justin Dean was there and that Justin Dean picked up 4 cell phones. Detective Mowery never said that he was in possession of Kaylee's phone and that he was in possession of Kaylee's extraction and that he was spending days with it. Flipping all through Kaylee's fucking data, realizing that, oh my God, he realized that Kaylee's data, you guys, I think he realized that Kaylee's data blew up Dylan's story. That's what I think. It blew up everything. I believe that Kaylee's shit blows everything up. Blows it to bits. This is the type of shit that gets you an award from the Secret Service. What's up, senor? Senor gets a little cheer. Anybody can. This is. Where's News Nation? Where's Law and Crime? Where's anybody with a conscience? Where's anybody with a breathing pulse? Where is anybody who has, I mean, come on. Where you at, Idaho statesman? Right here. This woman is saying, Mowery, in possession, leaves. He stuck around just to get this. Mowery says he left. Didn't have anything. Then Mowery remember, hey, on November 28th, Detective Ruckert informed me, almost for one to read that as is like Detective Ruckert called you to inform you that, hey, your shit's ready, right? Until you read this, and it doesn't say that's no longer inferred by me. What's inferred by me is that after he left and she gave him that she continued to finish up on a piece here, and she said, I then connected this item, which is another phone, to the gray key unit and obtained a full file system extraction. The device was processed in the paired mode since the passcode had been provided by Detective Mowery. I downloaded the extracted data and accompanying the gray key generated files to the DFL network storage drive. Period. So like she got through 2 phones, one of which was Kaylee's and he left with. Then she writes up her report and she says now on 11/28/2022, she just wants to make a note of this. Why? Because I loaded the extraction from item 1807. See? I loaded the extraction from 1807 into the Cellbrite PA and created a UFD file. I was later advised by Detective Mowery that he did not need the extractions parsed because he had access to forensic programs. So this is letting us know that this item was handled in this manner because I was later advised. And she was later advised, and now that could only happen if Detective Mowery is to call you and say, hey, I don't need you to do X, Y, and Z. But this was already, she had taken this one and already did that. And how she's letting us know is that phone, it was handled this way because I was later advised by Detective Mowery not to do this that I did with this phone. So the other 2 aren't that way. And the only way that you would be advised that, hello, Detective Mowery called her, okay? But Detective Mowery never says that, ever, not once, okay? And instead, Detective Mowery acts like everything's just, waiting. An examination of the data will be completed at my earliest convenience. Well, you got to do some work, I think, still. But more importantly, he doesn't say that he called her and told her not to do something. He just acts like he wants the reader to infer that she called him just to say, hey, everything's ready. The extractions were ready. And then on November 29th, I sent him. Well, no, it's actually you called her, and then so she handles these 2 other devices. And then it says, I was able to obtain full file systems for both of those. I downloaded the extracted data and the gray key generated files. And then I copied them, the extracted data, to the network storage, to an external hard drive that Detective Mowery had left with me. He never says that, And then on 11/29/2022, I met with Detective Justin Dean. So everybody can all just piss off. Okay? We're blowing it out of the water and all of its lies. And again, retribution, TC, baby. Cheers. Nothing like some karma. So any questions? The door was wide open. I believe that person 1,000%. And then Kaylee was not driving a rental. That's false. And so basically Detective Mowery lies and hides the fact that he was running around town with Kaylee and had Kaylee's phone and was going through everything. November 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th, and then, but he acts like he just received the phones, and he will get to this as soon as he possibly can because he wants to be able to testify to the fact that he never looked at these devices. Because what would it do? One would take a look at these devices and you would have a serious problem about when people are arriving home, who's up, where they're at, when they got onto the Wi-Fi, how many steps each phone's taking, how many meters are moving, when they're moving, when somebody's scrolling on the internet, all these things. And all it would do is blow up what's been said. And he just flat out lies. And so I want to know, okay, how this isn't exculpatory, potentially, that he was bearing exculpatory evidence to whoever would be in the defendant's chair. Because whatever, in my opinion, whatever's on Kaylee's phone, which I believe that the family is telling the truth. Because everybody else got their phones back. And the family said that we're the only ones not to get Kaylee's phone back. Okay, why? And I believe that there's a reason for that. Because the Gonsalveses said they were told that nobody could get into Kaylee's phone. And Cyree will never talk about that. Kaylee's phone was gotten into. Kaylee's phone was a after first unlock extraction, which is very, 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 very close to a full file. Very, 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 very close to a full file extraction. But here Mowery lied about having Kaylee's phone and the extraction being in a PDF form to go ahead and look at, and to be able to see and look at these files and to see what time everything's happening on her phone. And he and whoever the hell he shared that with. And then someone told him to write up this report, or he did it, but they wrote up this report on 12/5. And to write this report like this and to act like you didn't have this phone. That you didn't have Kaylee's phone. So, did this report have anything attached, like the emails? Because we can do a follow-up. There needs to be another public request. And I think what just needs to happen here is that it needs to be... I'm going to reach out to talk to the Chris detective, which they may immediately invoke and say, like, don't be saying anything. But if we go through the public records, we can get it. But we want her emails with Mowery. We want the dates of all of that. Also, what she needs to be sent is she needs to be sent this. Hey, this is Detective Mowery's report. Okay? And this is your report. Okay? And we believe you 1,000%. I think it's imperative, though, that you know what Detective Mowery claimed. And he was claiming that you were in possession of Kaylee's phone when you weren't. Has this been brought to your attention? Also, what was the date of this report? Oh, here we go. Now, look at this. This will tell you something. on 1/18/2023. That is when it's pretty close to, this is the review of the report. So I would say that this report got written up either this day or a day or two before it, longest, because this is the person that's signing off on the report. And if you think about it, Ann Taylor was requesting things, and I'm curious if Ann Taylor had reached out specifically to this Chris woman and said, hey, did you write up a report for what you did in this case? Because this report, if you think about it, should have been written up on a couple days after 11/20, 9. So in my opinion, this report should have been wrote up right after, like, December, the beginning of December of 2022. So what it seems like is yeah, just shoot me an email, and I can show you how I think that we should go about getting her information. As far as I know, you can do it for the public requests. You have to get on it now, though, because they might try to destroy it because of the retention periods. They can claim that it's been so long and we can destroy stuff. My chat thing, it just keeps going. Oh, I have the emails coming the 31st. I just don't want to fuck that up. I promise they'll lock down. I have the emails coming 31st. Yeah, I think that if you can put them on, I'm not trying to say too much. Okay, well, I just think that that's actually, when you go public, you're actually preserving it. When you go private with stuff, that's what I've learned over the years. So for what it's worth, when you put something, but I'm on it. I'll leave it at that. Okay, cool. Yeah, again, guys, the chat runs so quickly, and I don't sit here. I don't watch the chat. So, is water stolen patrol vehicle on your list? MPD supplemental 265. He talks about somebody using it. We're trying to get to the bottom of that. We don't know so we are on that to answer that question. DM would have seen the door wide open. Yeah, that's even if she was home. My contribution for you to keep cussing, for the swear jar, Yuri, what's up, motherfucker? Snoop, welcome, membership, woohoo! Whatever came of Kaylee's multiple laptops, they were inventoried. Again, guys, this stuff would be coming out a lot faster, but I think we got to see a pretty good glimpse of on Wednesday why they're keeping all the records from us. Gifted 5 Truth and Transparency memberships. Thank you so much, Uno Sense. And then K Schmidt, 5 Truth and Transparency memberships. So if you guys are turning green, again. But as far as the door being, you guys, I believe this kid, I think that he's very compelling. I think the door was open. And Hunter Johnson said the door was closed. I'm not saying that it couldn't have been closed when he opened it at, 11:56 or 11:50 or whatever. It just, I think there's enough things that blow up their narrative. And again, this is being peddled that 2 things can be true. Okay, and I want to say that 3 things can be true. 5 things can be true. It's kind of like, what do you call it? When you're betting the pick 6 of horses. You can pick the winner on round, in the first race, second, third, fourth, fifth. So 5 things needed to happen, right? 5 things can be true. I picked the winner in all 5 of those. But in this case, Cyree wants to say that 2 things can be true. Brian Kohlberg can be guilty, right? And the police could have fucked up. But I don't know why we keep saying the police fucked up. What do you mean the police fucked up? That's improper. They didn't fuck up. This isn't fuck ups. What I am showing you with these two, what I've been showing on this channel, is that these aren't fuck ups. No one's fucking up here. People are making straight up statements that are false. Before there is ever a defendant in a chair. And they begin these false statements right after the fucking murders. This is intentional bad acts. And it's not just the FBI. So again, I'm of the opinion that it does not matter if Brian Kober's phone was shut off at this time and turned on at this time and what have you, right? Because what if the time of the crime wasn't during that time? Then it doesn't, like, these are all lies. But the fact is that, yes, his phone, he shuts it off. Yep, and then he manually turns it back on. But this is the thing is, the government didn't know that at the time. So you have to go through things like what you knew at that time and what you were writing and what you were saying. And you know, Chris does a really good job when in his Dax Shepard interview, and I can use a little clip of that to show you here, and I will, because it'll give you the best example of it. Syrie believes that you can still have the right guy and the police could have still fucked up. Well, no, can you just say it the right way? The police did what? What did they do? These aren't fuck ups. Fuck ups is like a mistake. They fucked up. But I just can't believe that is being used.
I would say, conservatively speaking, there were 12 really hard. But the cast of characters in this thing is was the defense expert hired by the defense to be involved in these before. You have to be able to do the math. You have to triangulate. In order to do that, you've got to have
3 points.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Or you've got to have. But he talked about this in general, but there's a section in the book about this case. And he says the data was horribly flawed. It was terribly misrepresented. It was, the thing was a debacle. And he was going to testify at trial to the insufficiency of the cast analysis. Mm-hmm. So that's the second pillar of the defense. The third is DNA. So everybody that knows this case knows that Brian Koberger's DNA was found on a knife sheath in the bed on the 3rd floor. The evidence shows that the knife sheath may have been found on the floor and moved to the bed by police. And I say that for this reason. So the Moscow Police Department sealed the crime scene. They go to a judge and get a search warrant. The search warrant was done by Nunez, who in the search warrant was looking for a gun and bullets because he thought he shot himself in bed.
Right.
So they go and do the search, but the search was actually done by the Idaho State Police because they have greater resources. So they bring the crime lab down. It's a guy named Talbot, Detective Talbot, professional, a very seasoned professional. You fill out a report, might have body camera video, not in this particular instance, but you get a form, and it's just a form. It says Idaho State Police, date of investigation, address of investigation, and then it's like a spreadsheet, and you just fill it in. So you say number 1, 2nd floor bedroom, blank coffee cup, whatever, and that's. And you bag the item and you put it in evidence.
Cataloging the whole.
Page 2, item number 14, K-bar Marine Corps style knife sheath found, next box, found on floor next to victim number 3.
Next to the girl.
The girl. And it's not a typo where he said found on the
floor.
third floor next to the victim.
Yeah.
It says found on the floor next to victim number 3. In the very next line, it identifies her again as victim number 3. So there are some anomalies, and you would look at this and say, now, wait a minute. Are we going to take police at their word and say that we're going to believe you? And the answer is yes. So should we believe him when he say he found the knife sheath on the floor? One might argue yes.
Yeah.
Then why in all the photographs and why in the analysis is it found in the bed under her thigh? So there are so many anomalies like this. And then there are chain of custody issues. The biggest one is this. Ann Taylor, in trying to defend her client.
Okay, listen to this part. This is the part. And I agree with Chris, because how you want to spin it is to say, we should believe you, right? So believe them when they tell you that they're the looping, swooping white car. That's what they are. They are the white car. They go and claim it on 11/15. Now, I'm going to use what he says here, and I'm going to tell you something, and you can take it however you want.
Would go to Judge Hippler and file motions. I'm not a lawyer, but it's pretty common knowledge. Some of them called motions in limine, and there is a thing called a Franks hearing. Franks is not Frank apostrophe S. It's a guy named Franks, like the Brady disclosure, which is Supreme Court law that says that if a witness is deemed to be corrupted in some manner, they lie in a case, they're found to commit fraud in a case, whatever, they will always be identified as a Franks exclusion. They can still testify, but they have to announce that they've somehow jaded, right?
Yeah.
So there was a Franks hearing asked for before Judge Hippler by Ann Taylor, the defense attorney, and she came in, lead investigator of the case, asked him if the FBI ever told him that Brian Koberger's DNA was found on the knife sheath, and he said no. One word, no.
Okay, and then a light bulb went off for me. If you're in this entire case, people have come up with tips to say somebody's name or go talk to this person or whatever. As we see here, Tyson told me to go talk to that Justin kid because he saw that the back door was open, but no, he's like, I said the front door and yada, yada, yada. So think about this. If Payne is telling you that Brian Koberger's name was never associated to the knife sheath, okay, with his DNA being potentially on it because that's the IgG tip, okay? There would be, once you were to put his name in as if it was just a tip and you did not know that it was from the DNA, once you entered it in and saw if he was in the geofence, and you saw that he was not, you would have never pursued and did everything that you did if you thought that his name was just a tip, just like anybody else's that told you to go and, talk to this person because they hit the tip line up and said, that the front door was, open or whatever. What do? You schedule a time to call them on the phone or meet with them or do whatever. That's not what happened here. So again, I'm going to replay this little section, and then this is where everybody's light should go off. This is where everything should be totally. This is where you should understand it from an in real time perspective, without them telling you that Brian Koberger is who we trace back to the IgG DNA on that fucking knife sheath. You would never pursue it the way that you did, and then lie about it, and then make the white car now relevant. Okay? So please listen to this.
In the case, asked him if the FBI ever told him that Brian Koberger's DNA was found on the knife sheath, and he said no. One word, no, period. Everybody who knows anything about this case thinks that Brian Koberger's DNA was found on a knife sheath. So then the question is, well, wait a minute. What do you mean the FBI never told you that? She said, what did the FBI tell you? And he said that we should treat this with no more credibility than a tip.
Oh, great.
I can't remember if he said anonymous tip, but they said a tip. So then you go back and you say, well, wait. How is this conceivable that the evidence is a white car?
whatever.
Millions of those, yeah.
Cell tower.
And now I bring you back to, ready? It's all lies. It's all lies. If Payne's telling the truth, then you don't, right when you see that Brian Kober is not in the geofence, right? He's not in the geofence, right? What'd you do next? That's why Ann Taylor, go back and watch what Ann Taylor did. Okay, so the feds don't tell you it's about IgG and that it has anything to do that his DNA was on the knife sheath or could be the potential DNA on that. That's not what you think. Then what are you doing? So you would never, ever, ever continue to go after somebody or investigate something. I mean, you haven't even talked to this person. And then do you understand that Cyray's over here saying that it's the FBI that it's been lying. And I'm like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? No. N-O. No. They're lying pieces of shit too, but guess who was in cahoots with them? The fucking Idaho State Police. The Moscow Police Department. And if you think that they're working on hey, they did everything, Moscow has no idea, and they're just telling them this stuff, telling them to write all this stuff and do this and do that. Dude, what are you talking about? Did somebody tell Tyson Barrett to lie about Justin and the front door and not being the front door that was wide open and say that it was the back door? And when you go and talk to him then and try to throw him off his game for 3 different questions, was the FBI behind that too? This is so important. If you have no idea that Brian Kober's name is tied to anything, and it would be like anybody else that called in a tip, okay, then you would never go and take your entire case and put it in a fucking shredder. Okay? You would never do that. You don't need to do that. You haven't. But then I said to myself, well, actually, you have been doing whack shit. You got Mowery on 12/5 lying in a report. Right? Remember I told you guys they hid behind IgG this entire time, but we need to try to find why and how? We're getting there. We are so fucking getting there. Because this is a new revelation of Detective Mowery lying and hiding what... You guys want to talk about who was the target here? And that it was Maddie? My motherfucking ass, it was Maddie. They had no problem with Maddie's shit being, extracted and blah, blah, blah. What was Mowery doing with Kaylee Gonsalves's phone extraction? What was he doing with her phone? When he wrote up a report and lied to not even having it. He went out of his way to lie. And he had her phone for half of the 25th, which guess what? The first day that you're ever going to find Brian Koberger's license plate is with Detective Andre St. Love. Allegedly, supposedly on 11/25 is when that spreadsheet was made up. The Pullman one. Well, now I get to find out, guess what else happened on the 25th? Oh, Mowery's. So Detective Blaker's hiding about what he's doing with Pullman Police Department. They're all hiding what they're doing together. They're not writing reports. Okay? And on the 25th, they just so happened to find the 7th first Elantra. 7th one they come across. It's Brian's. But they don't offer any report or anything like that. You do understand that the only reason that they got that is because Ann Taylor kept digging and digging and digging and digging and digging to go and get stuff from Pullman that was never turned over to Moscow. And so if his name is just a tip on the 19th, what the hell are you doing? Why aren't you talking to him? Why aren't you, I don't know, doing anything that you've been doing with every single other person? It's all lies.
Not
Maybe
great.
more. Well, wait a minute. Investigator of the case, in the case, asked him if the FBI ever told him that Brian Koberger's DNA was found on the knife sheath, and he said, no. One word, no, period. Everybody who knows anything about this case thinks that Brian Koberger's DNA was found on the knife sheath. So then the question is, well, wait a minute. What do you mean the FBI never told you that? She said, what did the FBI tell you? And he said that we should treat this with no more credibility than a tip.
Oh, great.
I can't remember if he said anonymous tip, but they said a tip. So then you go back and you say, well, wait. How is this conceivable that the evidence is a white car?
Millions of those, yeah.
Cell tower.
The evidence was never a white car, though. But now they're going to be like, oh my God, he has a white car. Oh God, okay, well, let's ignore report 10. Ignore report 10. So I wonder, when was that ever truly given over to Ann Taylor, report 10? Because we got everything in order. We got everything at the same time, actually. That's how you'd want to say it. We got their issued reports, all at the same time.
Hour,
Not
maybe
great.
more than not great.
Yeah.
And now you've got the DNA. And you have, in a court hearing before the judge, the lead detective in the case saying the FBI never told him the DNA was on the knife, Brian Koberger's DNA was on the knife sheath, and that it was sufficient only to the point where it should be given the weight of a tip.
And they themselves didn't have their own DNA lab to send it to. So they were reliant on the FBI.
Great question.
So then check this out. Then you bring up this, take that down, and you bring this in. And you go to the, oh boy, yeah, here we go. Wait, let me click on that. Yeah, that one. Okay. Then you go back and look at this. And this is what Payne did. So Payne, now tell me this is not abs. Now just think about this. This should be just to blow your mind. If I pulled somebody over, you know how many, not even pulled somebody over, you know how many vehicles I run? If I'm a cop, how many license plates you would run? Okay. 1129. Okay, here we go. Okay. You run a ton of them, right? Now, on 12/20/2022, Brett Payne writes his dispatch and says, at 4:45, can you give me the cell number of DT, like that, the lowercase DT, Daniel Tanego from PPD, Pullman Police Department. Can you give me the cell number? And then it says WSUPD, sorry. PPD. And then realize, 16 seconds later, oh, WSUPD, sorry. Then Brett again, see how that's from Brett, then again, 44 seconds later. Now this is do you see this? Brett Payne to Daniel Tanego at 16:46:45. Do you see that? Now, this is where the problem lies for me. Officer Payne says that he doesn't have his number. Okay? Officer Payne doesn't have his number. Watch. Brett Payne to Daniel Tanego. Hey, this is Detective Payne from MPD, comma, you online. That's at 4:46 and 45 seconds. So he hits him in the IM. Okay? He wants to reach out to the dispatch. Hey, can you give me the cell phone number of Daniel Tanego? It's on 1220. All right. WSU PD, sorry, not PPD. Then he IMs Daniel Tanego and says, hey, this is Detective Payne from MPD, you online, at 16:46 and 45 seconds. Then 4 minutes later, AT, which is Ashley Tisdall, Jacob Tisdall's wife, writes back Detective Payne, 321, that's his number, Tanego, Daniel, work this, personal this. Do you see that? Then 16:51 in 40 seconds. So 5 minutes later from when he IM'd him, Daniel Tanego says, yes, exclamation point to Brett Payne. Now, 16:52 in 1 second. Brett Payne to Daniel Tanego. Just called your work cell. Can you call me? Okay. He just got the number at 16:50 in 3 seconds. So a minute and 40 seconds later, he says to Payne, yes. Yes. But then Payne's like, 20 seconds after that, he's like, just called your work cell. Can you call me? Then Brett Payne says something to Daniel Tanego, which in my eyes, it is his cell phone number. He just puts in there his cell phone number. That's why I think that this is redacted. Then 16:52 and 31 seconds on 12/20/2022 from Daniel Tanego to Brett Payne. Copy. I will call in a couple minutes. Then 30 seconds later, Brett Payne says, thanks. Now, this is where I say, go fuck yourselves. 5 minutes, at 16:58 and 55 seconds, so let's just call it even, say 16:59, so that's 4:59, and they just said thanks at, 4:53. You have Brett Payne. They just talked on the phone. Okay, they talked on the phone for almost 5 minutes. If, copy, I will call in a couple minutes. Right? They talk on the phone. They have each other's cell phone numbers. Now, why would Brett Payne ever then write it in? This is why I believe this is all done for purposes of to be able to use it and act like this is so organic. And this is not organic. Why then would Brett Payne be on the phone with him? If you didn't get everything that you needed to get out of him on the phone, why wouldn't you call him back to understand something, right? But Brett Payne's like, no, I have to use this IM because watch what we're about to do here. Brett Payne writes Daniel Tanego and says, were you riding with Chris Whitman that night by chance? And then I started thinking to myself, well, the way that he writes this, could it actually be a question that that he's writing to him because he hasn't even heard from him yet. But 3 minutes would go by, and then Daniel Tanego says, I was not riding with him, but he was driving around in his vehicle looking for a possible suspect at the same time I was. And then I said, okay, they definitely talked. Because here's the kicker. Brett Payne is hitting you up about something that you did a month ago when you ran a plate. Okay? How in the world you run plates every single day, multiple times a day, okay? And it's a month down the road. Because when he wrote and typed up his this plate of Brian Koberger's, and it was a Pennsylvania plate, was typed in first, and then it was the Washington plate, and that would be out of sequential order. And they caught that. That's why I believe Washington didn't write up anything, because they realized, oh fuck, we fucked it up. So don't bring any attention to it. That's why there was no report, I believe, on the 25th. Or on the 29th, rather. But, or it was supposed to be found this way to begin with. But Brett Payne, Daniel Tanego then writes and says, I was not, but he was driving around in his vehicle looking for a possible suspect at the same time I was. Like, clearly you can see that there was a lot more of conversations, and this is why I said that they had a conversation on the phone. So why wouldn't you just continue to why wouldn't you call him back and ask him these questions? No, we're going to do this on IM so that we can just say, like, hey, this is us doing our work and blah, blah, blah. Look at our great detective work. No. Brett Payne then says, awesome. He says, awesome. He ran another plate at the same location, but it was Washington plate. And that's where it's like, no. What do you mean he ran another plate? He ran another plate at the same location, but it was Washington place. Now, right here, do you guys see how it says at the same location? Do you want to know why he's saying that? Because Daniel Tanego, okay, this is how this was all planned. Daniel Tanego put in a plate that was no longer on a vehicle. So you couldn't have been driving around being on the lookout for vehicles. So they needed to come up with this, hey, we have to do it this way, and we're going to cover for the fact that you put in the Pennsylvania one in first, you dipshits. So we have to cover for your fucking asses, okay? So we have to create this, because otherwise it's not, you guys did it, you fucked it up. You dumb fucks. Because be on the lookout. We don't need you to run plates of cars that you have on permits. We just need you to supply us with that. Because then that's what the FBI is doing. But why did you not even turn this in? You already gave this to us. Like, what do you mean, what are you doing? This is why I believe that Curtis Whitman gave Daniel Tanego a piece of paper with Brian's old plate number on it. Because Curtis Whitman made a big fuck up and didn't realize that Brian got a new plate. And so when he handed it to Daniel Tanego to run, that's when Daniel was like, fuck, dude, that it's coming now back to he's got a new plate. Because look at this. The way that Payne sees it is, well, guess what? The location that you were at when you saw that plate, because you saw it in where he was located, meaning like his apartment complex. I was not, but he was driving around in his vehicle looking for a possible suspect. Looking for a possible suspect at the same time I was. He's like, awesome. Well, he ran another plate at the same location that you did, but it was a Washington plate. And then Daniel Tanego says, within a minute, you'd be like, huh? What? Like, you would be like so confused. He says, copy. Also, the PA plate I ran was not the one I saw at the tennis courts on North Fairway. Well, that's where your geotag is. That's where your geotag was when you ran it. The one I saw at the tennis courts was the California plate. Oh, wait till I blow all of this up. He's so full of shit. He's like, awesome. He ran another plate at the same location, but it was a Washington plate. This is how they're acting like they don't know what the fuck's up. Oh, he says copy. Also, the Pennsylvania plate I ran was not the one I saw at the tennis courts. How would you remember any of this? You didn't take any notes. How do you remember any of this? The one I saw was at the tennis on North Fairway. The one I saw was at the tennis courts was the California plate. And you should be like so confused. But he, within a minute, writes this fucking bullshit up. Then, 16 seconds after Payne gets that, Payne says, cool, any memory on the PA one? Didn't you just talk to him on the phone? We know that you talked. Look at this. They're acting like, well, any memory on the PA one? What are you talking about? They're literally trying to make it seem like they just didn't talk on the phone here for 5 minutes between 16:53 and 16:58. There's a 5-minute gap. Because it doesn't make any sense. Daniel Tanego should be so fucking lost and confused if you didn't talk on the phone. When you just say to him, were you riding with Chris Whitcomb the night by chance? You would be like, huh, what? What are you talking about? If you did not talk on the phone. This doesn't make any sense. Daniel Tanego should be like, what are you talking about? But instead he's like, I was not. But he was driving around in his vehicle looking for a possible suspect at the same time I was. Conversation had to be had. But then check this out. Brett Payne tries to make it seem like that they didn't talk and says, cool, any memory on the PA one? Are you kidding me? Then 20 seconds after that, Brett Payne says, Geobase looks like Northeast Valley Road Apartments. And I said, boom, got you. Geobase. Geolocation. You had them pull up the geolocation of where Daniel Tanego was located when he did what? When he ran the Pennsylvania plate, right? Yeah, motherfuckers. And guess where that is? He wasn't at the, so that's what, Geobase looks like Northeast Valley Road Apartments. That's where you were located when you did this. That means you were at Steptoe Apartments. Northeast Valley Road, that's what Steptoe Apartments are at. This is unbelievable. This is sick to me. So again, here's Daniel Tanego, like Brett Payne, shotgunning shit, like 20 seconds. Okay, 20 seconds. And then here, Daniel Tanego writes back 2.5 minutes later and says, I'm going to pull up the parking system right now. Why? I'm going to pull up the parking system right now. I think I ran that from a vehicle I found in our parking system. Oh, is that right? Trying to see if it returned to a local address. What? No, you didn't. This is the lie. This is the lie right here. I was probably parked in front of our PD at that time. No, you weren't. Brett Payne just told you. The Geobase looks like Northeast Valley Road Apartments. I'm going to have to pull. Here's my lie is, I was doing the parking stuff. Daniel Tanego then, again, waits 40 seconds and then says, that might be the one at Steptoe Village Apartments. What? The question was originally, cool, any memory on the PA one? Any memory? I don't know any memory on the PA one. I thought you all talked on the phone for 5 minutes. And then Brett Payne says, that's what Maps is showing for me. Daniel Tanego says, yeah, that sounds right! Exclamation point. It also has an active parking permit for that lot. You see it? Yeah, but it'd be one thing if Curtis Whitman did it first. That's not what happened. You did it. and it's not consistent. You're not looking up a bunch of vehicles in a parking system because that's the only one you looked up that day, you piece of shit. If you're truly querying the parking system, you cocksucker, you wouldn't just look up one. You'd be running a bunch of them, wouldn't you? Who the hell just picks one out of the parking system? And miraculously, it's Brian Kohlberger's, and then 20 minutes later, unbeknownst to anybody, Curtis Whitman's in the same fucking lot running the Washington one. Fuck you, liar. Y'all fucked up. You ran his old plate first because Curtis Whitman passed off a plate number to you and said, here, run this. See what it comes back to. You didn't know why he was making you do it. But old daddy told you a little later on, didn't he? Daniel Tanego, yeah, that sounds right. How would you remember that? It also has an active parking permit for that lot. Brett Payne, look at this. You're saying that you're looking something up, but you're able to get back to him within 30 seconds. Then Brett Payne says, the lot at his residence, ? Look at this. And within a minute, Daniel Tanego, yeah, the parking lot at Steptoe Village Apartments. His apartment is blank. I believe it was parked in the top large parking lot located off of Brandyway. Exactly. When you ran the plate, you're now saying that when you ran your plate, this is where his car was parked. How would you know that? If you were at the police department, you stupid Like, what's going on here? This should just be like, wait, huh? You knew exactly, like, how do you remember this? Yeah, the parking lot at Steptoe Village Apartments, his apartment is blank. I believe it was parked in the top large parking lot located off of Brandyway. Daniel Tanego then, 5 minutes later, because Brett Payne's over here like, wait, what the fuck is he doing? Why does he keep fucking this up? So, I don't know, maybe a phone call happened between this 5-minute mark here. Daniel Tanego says, would you like the mail's name that's on the parking account? I believe it's the same as the RO of the vehicle. What? Brett Payne says within, 20 seconds, I just got it. Thanks, man. You've been a huge help. What? How could this be a huge help? What is this? Daniel Tanego says, a minute later, no problem. Any interest in a 2013 white Honda Civic? Brett Payne says, not at the moment. Daniel Tanego then, 30 seconds later, says, copy, my sergeant was just asking. Please let me know if you need anything else. I'm on until 2 a.m. Right there. Brett Payne. Awesome. Thanks a ton. No problem. What was accomplished here? Because what one looks at is, and this is what I told Cyree, I said, this is what it tells me that was accomplished. There's an issue, there's a problem. Daniel Tanego, this is why I asked for all of his work. Idiots. Daniel Tanego. Curtis. Good old Curdy. Mm-hmm. What day was that on? A month later, we're gonna know all of that. Yeah! Woo! Yeah! We're sweet. Curtis Whitman, what are you doing? Just assisting everybody out here. Well, I'm not doing anything. Let's take a look, Curdy. Let's take a look. All right. So, went out and got every single one of Curtis Whitman's reports that he had to write up for assisting other agencies in the month of, from 11, what's the date? From the night of the murders going into. So 11/19/2022, went through every single report that he wrote all the way up until 12/5. So you go to let's see. That's 11/25. $11.26. Where's assisting agency? Okay, that's medical assist. Okay. Look at this. 11/27. Curtis Whitman. Extra patrol for something suspicious. There was an alarm. There was hella fake alarms going off. But look at this. Normally it just takes a couple minutes to go to a place that has like a false alarm. You know, something gets whatever. So when it was reported, you guys heard it, you guys got there, 3:19. Last radio, 3:27. In and out. Boom, boom. Well, let's see the one that's 2 hours. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, here we go. Mackenzie. Look at, we're already at 12:03. He writes like one report a night when he works. He doesn't do anything when he works. Curtis Whitman doesn't get shit done. Okay. Look at this alarm that went off. Extra patrol this night. It was on 11/19. When it was reported at 9:30. When they cleared it, 10:18. And I said a 48-minute alarm. Like, what the fuck? I said, what it looks to me is that you're going and you're meeting up places and you're acting like, because it's on 11/19, and this is why this date was important to me, because Brian Koberger's name, I believe, was circulating. And what you could use is, hey, act like you're doing something, and then we're making it seem like, oh, we're checking on a building because we heard an alarm or it needs extra patrol. It's like somebody called something stupid in. Well, guess what? This wasn't called in. This was like received by admin. Like, what is this? Nobody called this shit in. And yet y'all were there for 48 minutes. Who was there? Curtis Whitman just by himself? 9:30 to 10:18. This is during the same time frame that Pullman Police Department is working with Moscow in this case. Look at this. This is his report. Officer responded for a security check and found building to be secure. No report. One person showed up. That's it. 48 minutes. Curtis Whitman was just chilling at this place. At the library. Next day, same thing, another weird situation. I'm like, what is this? Why is Curtis Whitman, why is he always involved in weird ass shit? Where does he go? What is he doing? Look at this. Complaint, nothing. Like, nobody called this in. Like, what are you doing? Where are you? What is Curtis Whitman doing? This is the guy that found Brian Koberger's car. So I tracked the shit out of this man. Received by Beck, responsible officer Curtis Whitman. Curtis Whitman, the only responding officer there. Curtis Whitman, what were you doing from 12:01 and 47 seconds until 12:40? What is taking you 39 minutes? What are you doing? Who are you meeting up with and talking to? Why are you acting like you're doing something? How do we, like, what it looks like is like you're meeting up with people. Last radio. Not, like, I want to see what the cat is on this. We're going ham on you. We're coming for that ass. Like, what is this about? This is at Veterans Mall, Eastlick Hall. Weird shit. Here's your report. Here's your report. Officer responded for a security check and found building to be secure. No report. Every single day, this is what's happening with this dude and having 39 to 40 minute, 42 minute, like, what? And I swear they're using this as a way to meet up and act like we're talking about something, like, not act like we are talking about something, but I'm using me working, acting like I'm doing something to hide it. That's what it looks like. Because a normal clear of an alarm takes not 40 minutes. Then here's assisting an agency. Eric Warner. Ooh-wee. 1857 White Ave. 305. I was like, oh my God. What's going on here? Moscow Police Department. Moscow Police Department. Responding officers. I'm like, what is this for? Suspicious person. Right here. Assisting outside agency. Where is your report on 11/29 of you assisting an outside agency when you were trying to locate suspect vehicles? Writing reports. This is what you should be doing. This is what it should look like. There is no formal report on 11/29 because nothing like that happened. Eric Warner, Elijah Flattery, M179, M146. I called Officer Flattery with MPD, who's assigned to case 22M10255. He told me the following. A sergeant with the Latah County Jail, later identified as Ethan A. Odgen. This is the person I think is the leak in the jail that was handing stuff out about Brian Koberger. Was told by his niece, so he has a niece, about a suspicious note written on the back of a Sherry's receipt. She works at the diner while she was at work today. While on the phone with Officer Flattery, he sent me a picture of the handwritten note. The note appears to say Thanksgiving 11/24/2022. May. Stay away from large crowds this weekend. There is an extremely high probability of a mass casualty event at anything having to do with the Apple Cup. Kemp, and whoever this is could stop this with executive orders. If they cared about public safety, I'll be waiting. Off they don't. Leo. Leo's from Minnesota. Okay? Anyways. We're not going to get bogged down into any of this shit, but bottom line is that when you're assisting an agency, right? Sergeant Boyd, he was the one that did what. We all know this. Lamley, we all know who she is. Okay? I then called Amanda. Amanda stated the following, that Leary comes into Sherry's and he was excessively coughing. He eventually ordered the turkey dinner and paid with a card. Oh my God. I called Officer Flattery after he closed the call. He stated he went to the Nom Nom and was not able to get video surveillance tonight. Why? He learned that the male was staying at the Best Western. Okay, great. Look at these idiots. Officer Warner. I arrived in Moscow a short time later. Meyer was in front of the hotel smoking a cigarette and waiting for a cab. MPD Officer Warner was also there. I later found out that the University Inn asked that he be trespassed in their hotel. Awesome. Great. Yeah, I think it is, actually. So, as you can see here, we went through all of this numbnuts reports, and clearly when he assists Moscow police, he writes up a report. If you were assisting the Moscow Police Department in a quadruple homicide, I would hope to God that you would be talking about the fact that, I don't know, you found a car of interest. So, let me show you guys when I go to my documents. Pull this shit up. Surveillance. BK traffic stop. No. So weird. Where's this fool? Oh, okay, here. Tenego. VINs. Vehicles. All right, so here you go. Numbnuts. Everybody's just wild today. We're just doing happy hour, guys. Here's Officer, we went and got Daniel Tenego, the 321. Okay. I started on 11/28. So as you can see here, if there's an incident, okay, there's an incident and he's doing a vehicle inquiry, okay, because it actually has to do with an incident that's assigned here. And that would be at 4:54. Then at 5 o'clock, again, he's still with that same incident, 748 number. Then at 1940, which is, 740, he runs this plate right there. Vehicle inquiry. Not attached to anything. Then at 8:38, again, this is a different incident, something that he's taking, like he's doing something with WSU. Then a whole 4 hours goes by. 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. And at 12:28, no, there is nothing attached here. Okay. And this would be 12:28 and 44 seconds. The very first one, 12:28, 44 seconds. The first one, he hits up and uses his laptop in his car, LFZ8649, PA, boom. Then 12 minutes later, this one, which he's like the Cali. Remember the Cali one? He's over here talking about, oh, it's the Cali one. The Cali one is when I was in front of the tennis courts. Go fuck yourself. Oh, this is not even big enough. Hold on one second. Sorry, hold on. This is all lies. Download that. Here's a better look. $12.40. Because again, in my opinion, this is what's his name? Daniel Tanego. He tries to say, oh, I was just my first one that I decided to look up. Like I'm just sitting there. Look at like who told you to do this? Why at 12:28 are you firing up and looking up? Like, what are you doing? And then 12 minutes, this one. And then, I don't know, an hour and maybe not even goes by. And then this Washington one. And that's it. That is it. Three vehicles. Okay, well, why is your boy, Curtis Whitman, why does he tell you to, let's see, Curtis Whitman's, oh yeah, no, Curtis was doing this. How the hell would you, like, what? Just don't even talk, don't even know what's going on, and I'm able to just rip this out and know exactly what you're talking about to know that we're going to be talking about this PA license plate. Makes perfect sense. When this is what I've been doing, like, so here, we're going to go and show you Whitman's. And so Curtis Whitman on 11/29, because he doesn't get to work and start working until 9. So he doesn't look up anything between 9 and midnight. Now Curtis Whitman at 12:01 and 43 seconds, again, this is with an incident, so this is not, you're not looking something up. That deals with that incident. 12:02. 12:05, 12:11, 12:13, 12:19, okay? And then it's like, look at this. Then there's a gap. He was just looking them up like one after the other. And then guess who looks up the one at 12:20? At 12:20, Curtis Whitman. I mean, Daniel Tanego just happens to, that I'm going to join in on this. Well, no, what it would appear is that you started at 12:20, and the very first one that you got, oh, it just happened to be Brian Kohlberger's car. But then look at this. Then at 12:35 and 23 seconds, BTA, okay. Then 53 seconds, so like almost 20 minutes goes by, and he's supposed to just be driving around. So Curtis Whitman is the one that's driving around. And he's able to just find these white cars all, like, look at this one, 12, 11, and 51 seconds. Oh my God, then 12, 13 in 08 seconds. And so let's just call a spade a spade. Okay? Like, what's going on here? Then you have 12:53. Then look at this. 12:58. 12:58. Why does Curtis Whitman stop right after that one, which is Brian Kober's CFB? Look at 5 hours will go by. He's not doing any. He doesn't look up another car. And then at 5:42, it's with an incident. He stops. Boom. He stops at Brian Koberger. And then they're supposed to remember what the hell a month will go by. If they're doing this every single day, looking for suspect vehicles every single day from 11:25 until 12:20, then Payne out of the blue hits up Daniel Tanego, and they don't talk on the phone because that's what Payne's making it seem like. Hey, what do you remember about that PA car? And Daniel Tanego can just whip out of his ass, and he's like, "What are you wouldn't be like, what are you talking about?" Yeah, you would. You'd be like, "What are you doing?" I'd be like, "What are you talking about? What's going on? What do you mean, what PA car? I have no idea what you're talking about." We would have to talk on the phone. We would have to talk. You can't just... This is nuts. But this is what Cyree says is a formal report. This is what was somehow supposed to get back. This would have never gotten back to anybody. Because the only way that Payne came across this is because he types in Brian's information and pulls it up and runs. When you do that, you can see everybody who ran that license plate recently. So there's no way that you're coming across Brian Kober in some formal report, in some discovery that if I'm a cold case worker in 5 or 10 years, then I'm going to pick up the case and be able to go through it and find Brian Koberger in some lead. Because there is no fucking tip and lead because they never fucking reported it. It's just there. And it's in a very interesting order. And Curtis Whitman stops after he gets to Brian Koberger's car. Which the only way that you can get to Brian Koberger's car that's the Washington plate is what people think is, oh, I drove and found it. No, you didn't. After you ran the Pennsylvania plate, guess what pops up, you cocksuckers? The Washington plate that's now linked to it. And that's why what should be so astonishing is that if Daniel Tanego was doing something to truly do something, he would have seen when he went and ran the PA plate, he actually should have then ran the Washington plate right after that, because he would have seen when it popped up that it should have been going and redirecting him to the Washington plate. But if you guys want to believe this bullshit, I mean, we can believe whatever. I mean, you guys believe whatever you want. And I said to Cyree, I said, you are wrong. You are not coming across this in any tip because there is no report. There is no file. This isn't on file. This is nowhere to be found. I can't come across this as a cold case investigator. I can't come across this even as like a non-cold case investigator because nobody wrote up a report. So like, you're never going to know that Daniel Tanego or Curtis Whitman ever came across the fact that Brian Koberger is associated as being a WSU student and has an Elantra. What's going to be in a report is a file of here, this is everybody's car that was a white Elantra on WSU's campus that year during this semester that had a parking permit. And nobody sat down and went through those and didn't do anything. These people were just running vehicle checks to see if the vehicle had warrants. That's all. But I think it's a little bit more than that, if you want my opinion. Because when you find out that Curtis Whitman, right, he left work at 4:30 on the night of the murders and lied about why he left. That's pretty crazy. That's wild. Wait, what, Lana? Oh yeah, he just lied about why he left work. He said he left after the football game. You guys want to see that for you? Here's that for you. I mean, the night of the game, he's lying about why he has to leave work at 4:30 in the morning. Here is the, what is it called? How many pages would that have been? I don't even know what this is. Let's take a look at this. I have the Brian Kober search warrant body cam. Have you guys seen those body cams after the fact? The ones that I think they don't have the black blurs anymore. Have you guys seen his apartment like that? What is up, motherfucker? Carson? I think this is what I have. 1000% he did not work that game. Let's see. Let's hit the body worn camera. All right, let's see what this one brings up. I don't know, I have the whole zip file. Let's see what this one is.
Go. Police department search warrant. Come to the door. Come to the door. Good. One more. Police department search warrant. Come to the door. Open the door and do an announcement.
Why is this so dark?
Police department, show yourself. We have a search warrant for the building. Police department, show yourself. You're good, dude. Go back inside. Yep. No light. Flashlight? Flashlight.
Wait, is this, hold on, we may have that unredacted. Okay, yeah, here.
Talbot.
What the heck?
30T and clear the air.
You need anything in your clipboard?
No,
Okay.
he's good. Thank you guys. Huh?
Just one locked door?
Yeah. And we didn't boot it because the keys actually worked. What?
Oh, sweet. Oh, even better.
It's locked because there's only one on here. I'll talk later. Yeah. And I'm still recording unless you don't want me to.
Right there.
I'm just gonna read the warning. Well, I'll go inside and read it.
Right there. I mean, I'm recording unless you don't want me to. What a mess. These people suck. There's Blaker. I mean, I'm recording. I mean, unless you don't want me to. What?
I'll talk later. Yeah. And I'm still recording unless you don't want me to.
No worries. We're fine right now.
I'm just gonna read the warning. Well, I'll go inside and read it.
Oh my God, this is perfect. Detective Dawn Daniels here, whatever she goes by, Assistant Chief Police, who gives a shit? She didn't even read the warrant yet. Oh my God. Oh my God, she's so fucked. Oh my God, what a fucking fool. I'm dead. She admits that she hasn't read the warrant yet. She's the one that had to take the warrant. Take the probable cause warrant to the judge. Oh my God. She's the one that swore to what was going on in this case in the warrant. That she, oh my God. You gotta be kidding me. No wonder she's on the witness list for Ann Taylor. Because this is proof that she didn't even look at the warrant that she's swearing to under oath to go into his apartment. This is right outside his apartment. These people just, I mean, everything I open up, they just... I'll just look at that later. Wait, listen to that.
There are some, yeah. And we can turn them all on. You want a copy of the warrant? Just so you can read it.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Hands in pockets, walking around.
Very sparse. Fancy computer. Yes.
Mowery's going to be all over that.
Fancy.
So he was told he could do a triage here, and then once it's packaged, he can't do anything until we get a warrant in Idaho first.
Correct.
So he can triage it while we're still here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mowery's gonna be all over that. Mowery's so good. Man, shut the fuck up, Blaker. Take a bag of dicks, man. Happy Friday. Woo! Find a support pickle. Bunch of chap asses.
Yeah. The technical specialist is out there.
Woo! We're at Brian's apartment, man.
This is just video camera. We always do a walkthrough video and then pictures. So, whenever you want to go, so I'll just fall behind.
We're gonna get this unredacted. This is ridiculous. There's no reason this should be redacted anymore. I have to go through. I have a bunch of cameras though, so let me see. There might be. Hold on, I just downloaded a bunch of them. Search warrant. Yeah, like this should. Why is this was ridiculous? Look at those two.
Appreciate your help. Anytime. Monday at 3:32.
Okay. Sounds good. I unfortunately get to work whenever they tell me to work.
Good job, Dawn. Whatever, Dawn, you like it.
Too bad the weather couldn't cooperate a little bit more.
Well, at least it's melty-ish. The drive up today was not fun.
Keep crying about it.
There's been a lot of expectancy.
Okay. All right. Well, this is a good stopping point. There's a lot to digest. Run this all back from the beginning. But you guys all rock. We have in the Mario Saldana case, in Jared Bridegan, Shanna Gardner, we got shit popping off left and right over there. I pulled up, where is this? Here's the defense's new witness list. Let me just show you what we can expect in this trial. They just dropped this at the end of, basically right here. Look at this. Wait till you see the defense's amended witness list. Casey Bennett, Office of the State Attorney. Jacksonville Beach Police Department, ATF Investigative Research Specialist Lindsay Butler. She's going to get just totally railed. Christopher Johns, he may not fucking work anymore after this trial. Jason Lamont, same with him. Lawrence Smith, Now, the following civilian witnesses: John Biggerstaff, a.k.a. Biggie Smalls, swinging it like a swinger would. His wife, Maria, bending over for Mario Saldana. He's video recording himself having sex with John Biggerstaff's wife, okay? He's on the witness list. It's his alleged gun that is how this whole thing popped off. He's not indicted, though, okay? Juan Biggerstaff is John's son, who's now mind you, John Biggerstaff is an ex-law enforcement police officer. Juan Biggerstaff is the son. He lives now in Texas, but he flew in, and it was his wedding that weekend of the murder, and basically they tried to pull off a murder for hire 2 days before the dude got married. I mean, wild stuff. Now, this minor child right here, this is who Mario Saldana's alibi witness is going to be. Abigail Bridegan, AB. It's been announced. Okay, Lauren Meredith. That'll be a funny one. These two people, 8 and 9. Well, 8 is going to talk about the location of where everybody was when they arrived to, get behind and find Jared. The following civilian witnesses now listed by the defense, so those are people before. Now they've had to add all these people. Look at this. Brianna Brownlee. She is the News 4 Jackson. She's on the defense witness list. Malcolm Harvey, First Coast News. What? These are all journalists, all media personnel. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Again, we are now on with Shanna Gardner case. This trial starts on Monday. Mario's trial goes first. They're picking the jury on Monday. And this right here, we're covering it from gavel to gavel. Is it's all about phones. I'm like, holy shit, Lauren Silver from Court TV. I'm like, this is going to be amazing. They're going to out all these people. Again, Rebecca Rosenberg. Why? Who is this? Oh, she's a media personality. Jay Croft, ASA Thomas. Like, why are what's going on here? Wait till you see all this stuff. All these jailhouse rats were offered all this stuff to like lie. Janet Johnson, can't wait to see what you have to say. And then the following expert witnesses now listed by the defense. This is the defendant's expert digital forensic dude, like a Cy-Ray / like a Tom Slavinsky, geolocation data specialist right here. Richard Miletic, something like that. Catherine Ritter, PhD, Jacksonville Neuro and Clinical. I mean, that'll be interesting. And that's it. And that's it. They're going to use their own people against them. Look at this. I've never seen anything like this in my entire life. Where is Ordway? This is going to be I'm telling you, one of the craziest cases of it's going to be insane. When is the last time you guys saw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, potentially 6 media, like people that did the news? The news. They're on the defense witness list. Then they have assistant attorney. They have ASA people. These are the AGs. They have. I personally think that the Stifler should be on the list because let me tell you why. Look at this shit. They just had people come forward and start saying wild stuff that they're going to testify to. And the defense for Mario was like, wait, this was never been disclosed to us. Amended motion for, look at this shit. Comes now the defendant Mario Fernandez Saldana buying through his attorney. On March 16, 2023, the defendant was arrested for 1 count of murder in the first degree. Then on July 27th, the state of Florida, 2026, just recently, the state of Florida dropped and abandoned 2 counts of the indictment: conspiracy to commit murder and child abuse. Gone. You want to know why? Because they cannot prove there was a conspiracy to commit murder. They have to change their whole the way they're going to go about this. Why? Well, because Henry Tenon said that none of that happened like the way that you said that it did, and I am not the shooter. You guys railroaded me and cornered me and told me to tell the world that I was the shooter in a murder for hire plot when I was not. So they are requesting specific Brady and Giglio material, and I'm over here like, what's going on? Well, I'll tell you what's going on. During the depositions that the defense was having, of a non-inmate, so here, during the deposition of a non-inmate, civilian witness provided that immunity was offered in exchange for testimony. The stuff that's coming out in this case for corruption is going to be sick. Sick, I tell you. I cannot wait to see all these little roaches just meow. Unbelievable. This information was never disclosed by the state of Florida and was only learned through questioning of a state witness during a deposition. During the deposition of an inmate witness then, so that was during of a non-inmate civilian witness, they provided that immunity was offered in exchange for their testimony. This is somebody like... Then during the deposition of an inmate witness, said witness provided information that was alleged to have been provided to the state of Florida. This information was never disclosed by the state of Florida and was only learned through questioning of a state witness. It is a belief of the defense that the state of Florida has failed to fully disclose whether immunity has been offered to witnesses in exchange for testimony. And as you guys, trial starts on Monday. And has failed to disclose the entirety of information provided by state witnesses. As such, the defense requests the following: names of all witnesses and or possible witnesses that the state of Florida has offered immunity to. We need all the notes of any interviews and or meetings with inmate witnesses compiled by investigators, prosecutors, law enforcement, or any other person acting on behalf of the state. We need a list of all of the detectives currently and or previously assigned to the open and pending cases of state of Florida witnesses Emmanuel Alexander and Javel Ponder. I'm like, I've heard of Emmanuel before. Wait till you guys see what Emmanuel's rap sheet looks like. And Javel Ponder. We need a list of all cases, related notes, statements, emails, and other materials compiled by the prosecutors, investigators, and or law enforcement in which Emmanuel Alexander and, I don't know, maybe it's Havel Ponder have met for purposes of offering information. Wait till you see what this is allegedly about. We need the criminal record of all civilian witnesses listed by the state of Florida. Because you guys are just over here cutting deals with everybody and offering them immunity for them to say certain things in this trial. Specific sentencing recommendations, bond reduction, I mean, whatever the hell y'all are doing here, okay? We need all information specific to any civilian state category A witness that relates to gang affiliation. I'm like, what? Gang affiliation and or association, regardless of whether such determination has been made by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office and or Florida Department of Law Enforcement. This trial, I'm going to just have my jaw on the floor the entire time. Like, what's coming in this case? Oh my God. Oh my God. This is crazy. This is nuts. All exculpatory or inculpatory incriminating information specific to the defendant in the above listed action and specific to the category A witnesses listed in the above listed action. I'm like, okay, well, what else we got? What else do y'all file? They filed, then the next thing is, this was on the 28th, 29th. Which one's this one? Oh, here's a good one. They didn't let them know about something. Oh, here. This is the state's first motion in limine. The state is seeking to keep stuff out. Look at this. Look at this. This is crazy. Normally this doesn't happen. Okay. State's first motion in limine. The state of Florida, by and through the undersigned assistant state attorney, files this motion in limine and requests this honorable court to prohibit any and all argument, testimony, or evidence regarding specific facts of the witness's criminal cases. In support thereof, the state would allege as follows. The state believes that at trial, the defendant will attempt to cross-examine a state witness regarding the specific facts of his pending and resolved criminal cases. The prejudicial effect of such evidence or inference outweighs its probative value. Emmanuel Alexander is charged with a 3-count information alleging attempted murder of the second degree and tampering with evidence. Mr. Alexander has entered a not guilty plea and his case is currently pending. It is well settled law that the defense must be allowed to cross-examine a witness about the nature of his pending charges. The defense may ask specific questions about what the witness is charged with and how much time the witness faces. The defense intends to do much more in this case. The defense intends to ask Mr. Alexander about the specific evidence against him. They want to ask him if there was a video of him doing the act and him throwing away the murder weapon. In addition to possibly inputting Mr. Alexander's rights against self-incrimination, inquiring into the evidence of Mr. Alexander's case is improper character assassination and does not go to Mr. Alexander's bias. Yeah, it does. It goes to the state's bias. Why are you letting a man testify and giving somebody a deal who tried to shoot their wife in the head 5 times and then tried to get rid of the murder weapon? That's, and so here the state is going and literally defending an attempted murderer, okay? Because they want to use a quote from him. And this is the defendant's position on that. Well, here. For this one dude, his name is, I put up the wrong one. That looks good. Okay. So just recently, they just disclosed this. They just disclosed this on 7/24/2026 at 9:26 a.m. that, hey, Mario, we are also going to use this man against you. Ponder. Statement made by Mario Fernandez to Ponder in the Duval County Jail between June and September of 2024 regarding the murder of Jared Brightigan, including that Fernandez wished he had known a real N-word like Ponder in the streets and would have hired him to get the job done. This is so pathetic. Fernandez stated that his wife wanted to put a charge on the victim, but he told her they should kill him. Fernandez stated that they didn't want him, the victim, around because of the kids. This guy, he supposedly said this in June and September of 2024, and this is just now getting brought forward in 2 years later. Are these people high? None of this should be allowed. This is a joke. This is crazy. Fernandez stated that they didn't want him, the victim, around the kids. Or didn't want him because of the kids. Fernandez stated that his wife wanted to wait for the kids to get out of the car because she didn't want the kids caught in the crossfire. What? This is nuts. M. Ponder has current cases pending in this and this and this. The state has not yet filed charges in that case pending investigation. There is no agreement between the state and Ponder regarding his pending cases. So this is what the state alleged and told them. Ponder has previously cooperated as an eyewitness to a homicide. Are you kidding me? When I saw that Ponder was in jail for shooting his wife 5 times in the head, like, where do you guys find these people? None of these people should be able to testify in any proceeding. Like, this is bullshit. So then what does Mario Saldana's team do? They depose this Ponder kid, this guy. And Mario Saldana's team finds out that this guy is an absolute head case lunatic liar. And so this is what then Mario's team puts forward. They're like, wait, what's going on here? Like, we have a murder trial and you guys are just motion to strike witness. This is, okay, number 1. On July 9, 2026, Emmanuel Alexander was deposed in the presence of his defense counsel. That's on July 9th. Emmanuel Alexander. So this is this one. In attendance at the scheduled deposition was counsel for Mr. Fernandez, counsel for Shannon Gardner, and counsel for Henry Tenen. Assistant State Attorney Christina Stifler, okay, you cannot make this up. That's her last name, Stifler. And Mizrahi, okay? Mizrahi. I call him Maserati. They were both in attendance on behalf of the state. Prior to and at the onset of Mr. Alexander's deposition, counsel for Mr. Fernandez was made aware by counsel for Mr. Alexander that he intended to invoke his Fifth Amendment rights. in regard to any questions that related to his pending criminal case. Well, you're not allowed to do that. But Mr. Hill, counsel for Mr. Fernandez, asked Mr. Alexander on the record if he intended to answer any questions regarding his ongoing case, and he indicated that he would not. Additionally, Mr. Dreiser, who I think is a rock star, counsel for Mr. Fernandez, asked Mr. Alexander if he would answer any questions regarding his mental health as it relates to his ongoing case. And he indicated he would not, and relied on his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. Counsel for all parties agreed, and it was placed on the record that any question that could be asked in regards to his ongoing case was preserved, and it was not necessary for counsel for, to ask each question, so that we could, just anything that you wanted to ask this dude. We get it. Well, guess what? Mr. Alexander is currently charged with attempted second-degree murder, tampering with evidence, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, for which he has not entered a plea. Mr. Alexander, in short, is being accused of shooting his wife 5 times and is caught on surveillance throwing the firearm into the woods. Mr. Alexander's case is still ongoing, and he asserts his innocence. Well, in addition to those pending charges against Mr. Alexander, it should be noted that he was previously convicted in Duval County of solicitation to tampering with evidence in case blank, and with felony battery in this case. Mr. Alexander is listed as a Category A witness for the state of Florida. Mr. Alexander hopes that his testimony, this is what he said at his deposition, Mr. Alexander hopes that his testimony against Mr. Fernandez will result in a benefit to Mr. Alexander in some way in the future. He admits it. I can't fucking believe this. Whether this benefit is a reinstatement of his bond, his charges being dropped or reduced, or his sentence being lowered, he could only speculate. This is what he said in his deposition. I am only testifying so I can get a deal on my murder case, my attempted murder case. Do you guys think that this should be allowed in society today? I don't think that any jailhouse rats should ever be allowed to testify to anything ever. Why are we subjecting the jury to that shit? To the fucking lies? Okay? It's absolutely ridiculous. I think that it has to go. I just don't even think that you should be allowed to use jailhouse informants. It's trash. And it messes with, can you imagine going back and deliberating with the jury, and you're one of the people going back there, and somebody wants to bring up, well, this is what he said to that dude. Are you kidding me? It shouldn't be allowed. This is so unreliable. And I don't think that people should get deals for helping other criminals out. What is that shit? Make your fucking case with the evidence that you have. Because it's all lies. Now, in Florida, since you get to depose people, you get to ask them questions like this before the trial. So whether this benefit is I just said that. Now, in addition to Mr. Alexander not answering questions in regards to his ongoing criminal case, he also refused to answer questions about conversations he had with Mr. Fernandez while incarcerated. And it's just wait, what? Now he's just, hey, we're not going to talk about what y'all talked about? This is why you're testifying. He refused to answer questions about conversations he had with Mario Saldana Fernandez while incarcerated at the Duval County Jail. Counsel could not follow up as to any of the material of these conversations, as Mr. Alexander refused to engage in answering any questions about conversations he had with Mr. Fernandez Saldana. This is unbelievable. On October 27, 2025, so this would have been a year after alleged in 2024, these conversations, but on October 27, 2025, Mr. Alexander met with Dr. Catherine Ritter. This is why she is actually going to be called to the stand now, for a mental health evaluation. This evaluation was conducted at the request of Mr. Alexander's counsel and has already been provided to the state and us. In this 9-page evaluation, Mr. Alexander discusses a number of childhood traumas, physical traumas, and lifelong drug abuse that have affected his memory. Specifically, Mr. Alexander reported experiencing partial amnesia as early as 2024, which allegedly worsened by mid to late 2024, during the time period of when all of this alleged conversation was happening. The report further indicates that Mr. Alexander reported feeling brain-burning sensations, experiencing heavy drug use, and a variety of medical issues that are extremely problematic in terms of his memory. And we're letting people in the United States of America testify in murder cases. Look at this, that footer. The trial is set for this matter to begin August 10th, on Monday, guys. The court has ordered the parties to bring litigation issues to the court's attention immediately as trial is imminent. The deposition was taken the day before the instant motion is being filed. Counsel for Mr. Fernandez recognizes a transcript has not yet been been generated and cannot be provided to the court at this time. Thus, this motion is being filed to the best of the collective memory of two attorneys that were physically present with Mr. Alexander for the entirety of his deposition. Any dispute as to the facts contained in this deposition will be brought to the court's attention by opposing counsel. Mr. Alexander reported to Dr. Ritter total amnesia surrounding his current and pending criminal charges. He's like, I just totally don't remember any of this. This is crazy shit. Oh my God. This is going to be, this trial is going to be off the hook. Get the popcorn, man. In regards, Jacksonville, the Nelson's office should just be totally embarrassed. In regards to Mr. Alexander's reported issues with memory loss and amnesia, he refused to answer any questions that even tangentially related to his current criminal charges. During the course of both his deposition and his examination with Dr. Ritter, Mr. Alexander reported that he has been diagnosed with schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and depression. Mr. Alexander further reported that he has been experiencing auditory hallucinations. What? And is hearing voices, primarily hearing people in distress and calling for help for many years. That he experienced such auditory hallucinations while incarcerated in the jail with Mr. Fernandez, and that he continued to experience such hallucinations up until the date of the deposition. However, it should be noted that when asked during the course of the deposition what voices Mr. Alexander heard, he could not remember. Additionally, during his deposition, Mr. Alexander reported that he had been in 7 or 8 significant vehicular crashes, all of which resulted in significant head trauma. Mr. Alexander proceeded to explain that each and every crash exasperated his memory issues. In addition to the numerous vehicle crashes, Mr. Alexander reported an additional work-related injury in which he also suffered head trauma. What? During his deposition and examination with Dr. Ritter, Mr. Alexander indicated that he was temporarily seen by a neurologist and that no formal diagnosis was given, but he believes he likely has traumatic brain injury. Mr. Alexander further reported that in recent years, there was a nurse or a physician who told him that he should not be driving a motor vehicle due to his brain injury. Mr. Alexander also indicated that he suffered complications at birth, which resulted in significant memory issues throughout the course of his life. This cannot be fucking real. It is. Welcome to Jacksonville, baby. This trial gonna be off the easy. This can't be true. This is who the state's relying on to get a murder conviction. This is awful. This is what our money goes towards. Oh my God. Mr. Alexander also indicated that he suffered complications. Oh, I already read that. Oh, boy. Oh, Mr. Alexander also reported that he had a significant head trauma injury playing football, which resulted in a concussion. He attributes all of these injuries to his current issues with his memory loss. Mr. Alexander acknowledged that he has significant memory issues with his short-term memory as well as his long-term memory. During the course of the deposition, such issues were readily observable as there were times where Mr. Alexander could not remember the answer to a question that would have only required a 1 to 2 minute recall. I am sorry, but what the fuck? This is Tina. You guys, Mr. Alexander further reported that he has been using drugs since his teenage years and acknowledges that in the course of the last 10 years, he has been addicted to heroin and crack cocaine, like both, all day, every day. Mr. Alexander even acknowledged that he was using crack cocaine when he was released on bond in his pending criminal case. Like, he's admitting to the way he's breaking his bail. What is happening? During the course of the deposition, Mr. Alexander answered so many questions with some variation of "I don't remember" that undersigned counsel could not even venture to guess the number of times this occurred. Additionally, Mr. Alexander could not recall how many times he had met with the state attorney's office. Mr. Alexander could not recall when he provided materials to the state attorney's office. At certain times, Mr. Alexander would indicate that there was more information he was aware of, but would refuse to answer any questions at this time when asked to elaborate on that information. For example, at one point during the deposition, Mr. Alexander testified he believed there was more information in a Bible study book. What? But when presented with the Bible study book and given ample time to review and elaborate on what additional information in the Bible study book contained, he was unable and could not remember anything. Oh my God. It should be noted that Mr. Alexander's initial sworn statement with the state attorney's office has been inadvertently lost or destroyed. Oh my God. You've got to be kidding me. Yeah, this is how every witness is going to appear in this Jacksonville murder for hire case. It was a good hearing finally, right? I just can't even believe it. Can you imagine conducting the depo and hearing this? Yeah. Can you imagine the state even having the audacity to put this man down as a witness? Like, who do these people think they are? And then here's going to be, what is Judge Kite going to say? Oh, Well, you know what? This is embarrassing. We cannot let people like this come into the courtroom in shackles, okay? Facing attempted murder charges, testifying to such garbage. It's just crazy. And then why is this man just being now told to Mario Saldana's team at the end of July when you have a trial on August 10th? I would have asked him some off-the-wall questions just to see, like, hey, do you remember when the last time you had sex was? I'm just curious. Oh, shit, girl, 2 weeks ago, my girl came through. This is nuts. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And here's the state of Florida. Oh, here. This is what's happening. Mr. Alexander contends that because Mr. Fernandez used the B word when talking about the deceased victim's wife, that he felt compelled to come forward as a state witness. Mr. Alexander is accused, and the state's accusations, which are in significant part all on video, prove that Mr. Alexander shot his wife 5 times and tampered with evidence by throwing the firearm used into the woods. Do you see that? This is all over the fact that they're trying to say that you want to use this guy so that he can come into a courtroom and say that Mr. Fernandez called Jared's wife a bitch. This is why I was compelled to come forward. Are you got to be kidding me. And then says, and the person that you're dealing with here is somebody the state has, Mr. Alexander is accused, and the state's accusations, which are in significant part all on video, prove that Mr. Alexander shot his wife 5 times and tampered with the gun, with evidence by throwing the firearm into the woods. It would lead to an absurd result if Mr. Fernandez is prohibited from cross-examining Mr. Alexander as to the specific nature of his underlying crime as it relates to his purported motivation to help the state. Simply put, it would be a gross violation of Mr. Fernandez's ability to cross-examine a witness effectively and of his constitutional and due process rights. Like, you cannot let this happen. Mr. Alexander should be stricken from the state's witness list. Mr. Alexander refuses to answer any questions regarding his pending case, thereby preventing Mr. Fernandez from properly cross-examining Mr. Alexander. In addition to his invocation of his rights, Mr. Alexander's failure to answer questions based off of his significant brain injuries and memory loss prohibit counsel from properly crossing Mr. Alexander. Mr. Fernandez's due process rights are significantly impaired by Mr. Alexander using the shield of his Fifth Amendment rights, as well as Mr. Alexander just, not having the adequate physical ability to testify. Although Mr. Alexander certainly has the right to invoke any and all constitutional rights he believes would be beneficial to his pending case, those rights cannot infringe on the constitutional rights and the due process rights of Mr. Fernandez Saldana. I cannot believe that you need to have this man, you need to call him to the stand. That should just tell you how weak, how pathetic and weak the state's case is, that you need to do this. Why aren't you calling John Biggerstaff to the stand? Why aren't you indicting these freaking lowlifes that truly did it? Because Mario Saldana just invoked an alibi defense. That's absolutely right. All folks in Idaho are not nuts, because I have 3 really, really good friends because of the Idaho case, and they live in Idaho. And they're actually fed up and disgusted. There's so many people that are so disgusted with what's going on, and they're so afraid to even say anything because they will come for them. They will come for them. They will come for them. So I feel that. I feel that pain. And that's why, I try to, these people in law enforcement know what they're doing, you guys. I don't believe that they're just bad at their job. I believe that there is a concerted effort. And that's why reports take days and weeks and months and years to get written. Okay. So, and I absolutely know some really good people from Moscow. Absolutely. And I'm just so sick and tired of, this is how I think it should go down. I want the person that killed the kids, if it's one person, if it's Brian Kober, or if it's multiple people and Brian, whoever the hell it is. But I also want the people in law enforcement out. Get out. These people need to be fired. There is no place for these people. Mowery should lose his job and his pension, just alone off of that one report. When all eyes were watching this case, this is what these people did. What do you think they do when no one's watching? So, and I just think that I need all of you guys to be present and watch this whole shit show with the stuff in Jacksonville with the Shanna Gardner case, watch this with me. Watch this and see what truly is up. Because what the state is alleged to have happened, the evidence is not going to support. Jared Bridegan was gunned down and killed. There's no doubt about it. What happened? Well, nothing was investigated. For heaven's sakes, they tried to, they were going to indict Kim Jensen and Susan Lee, mid to late 40 and 50-year-olds, women, over some text messages from 2015, 16. It's crazy. And now here they are scrambling at the last minute to get these, jail, for somebody that wants to come forward to say, yeah, he called her a bitch and I need to come forward and tell the state that. And then I'll just make up whatever else you want me to say. It's sick. So then, what else do we have here? What's this one? The state announces on, look at this, 7/30/2026. How is the state turning over an FDLE firearms report dated July 30th, 2026, previously listed in state's 16th exhibit? I think it means exhibit for discovery. And this is the 20th supplemental discovery exhibit. I mean, what? How is anything being turned over like this? What is this? How is there a report for firearms 10 days before trial? I can't even, I can't even get my head wrapped around it. Now, so, all right. Join me back tonight. We'll see you guys 10 p.m. If you guys want to talk about Turtle Boy, what an absolute fool that guy is. Thank you guys so much for your support. Thank you for your hard work, Lana. Yes, I'm fangirling, but I so appreciate your sense of humor and your intelligence. Truly, you're crazy, but in the best way. Oh, hell yeah, I'm crazy. I agree. These people are just, it's just right in front of our faces, And I'm not going to let us be stupid. We're not stupid. We're not going to be ignorant. And here it is. It's right here, man. So I want to know what the families are going to do. Here, this is what happened. Call it out. Call out Mowery. Call for his damn job. Kaylee's phone is all we hear about. Well, there you go. JLR on YouTube has very early info and interest from friends and neighbors and documents. Before sealing, November and December 2022. No stuff that was not disclosed yet. Yeah, I think I know who his contact was, though. I think I know who his source was. I'll ask him. I'll hit him up and I'll ask him if he has a Idaho4 file he wants to just toss over. Rain1555, thank you so much for the support and love. We went live for 4.5 hours. I'm not going to have a voice for tonight. Whiskey Dawn, I love the name. Rain, welcome to the membership land. You guys are all great. Thank you so much for the kindness, kind words, support. What up, what up? I'm sewing Turtle Boy a tutu. He gonna need it. DB. TB, you better be back for the old 1-2 TB. Tomorrow will be awesome. Yes, join me. I'm going to go on Rumble with Dave, the Beehive. We're going to be on Rumble. Thank you so much, Karen. Karen's been a member for 8 months. Letter. And then go check it out. Karmic did a great job. Pulled up that report, then comparing them all, and you're just like, boom, boom. All right, guys. We'll see you on the next one. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you. Better get back in his shell, right? The day I have an interview with somebody and just show them videos of myself commenting versus interviewing them, remind me to quit my job, to quit my channel. The day that I have an interview with somebody and all I do is just have them watching with me watching somebody else. Very, very bizarre. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Again, see you back here tonight. Peace.